that. Tell me when we are. Okay.
Is that how loud I was?
Just about, yeah. We didn't.
I apologize.
We didn't miss a word, Robert. We do have a few technical items to mention, so we're all on the same page. I was starting to say it may look simple to all of you who are participants, but getting us arranged and the cameras and the mic systems for this kind of hearing, it's a lot of work. And I think we all really appreciate staff putting this together. First thing is we have a table up front for the witness being questioned and the attorney doing the questioning. This table, along with each of the board members, has corded microphones that the camera tracks. So when you use the microphones, you have to press the button to turn it on or off. There may be a second of delay. So hit the button, wait just a split second, and then the cameras will focus on the person whose microphone is on. Here's the thing, only one microphone can be on at a time. So when you ask a question, you have to then turn the microphone off so the witness can answer. Eventually, in a week or two, you'll get used to this. It's taken us a while, but it does work. Or if a board member wants to interject and has a question, then you have to turn your microphone off so we can be heard. And we may have to ask you to repeat yourself every once in a while, because if you forget, and you will forget because we all have, the court reporter can't pick it up. So I don't know, was I being clear or was I being obtuse there? Okay. Behind the witness table, there are 3 tables for the parties. You obviously found them. They have a microphone there. There should be a microphone there for objections. You each have a microphone? Yeah, okay. I think, Ellen, those microphones just turn on, right? If you have an objection, or does the speaker have to turn off?
No, they just test.
They just work.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay.
But the camera doesn't follow them.
Pardon? The camera won't follow you. So when you make an objection, the people out there in television land will say, "Who was that?" But for the moment, that's the way the system is working. If there's going to be a further discussion, like a debate over an objection, then we're going to ask the lawyer who's involved, the lawyers who are involved, to come up to the witness table. So then if this is going to proceed beyond just making an objection. Second, if we need to go into a confidential or highly confidential session, I will ask the members of the public who are here in person to leave the hearing room. And we'll just ask you to leave the room and wait in the lobby or outside the building and monitor the live stream to see when we are back in public session. If the habit of the people who may have to leave is to just congregate out in the lobby, maybe we'll ask a staff person to come out and make sure you know we're back in session. Those viewing this on the live stream will see the same placeholder slide as before when we went into a confidential session. We will also place a confidential session in progress sign outside the hearing room, and we'll have someone remove the sign when we're back in session. We also have some participants on Zoom. For those participants, we will be using the same breakout rooms we used before, and the procedures will be the same. When it is necessary to enter a breakout room, our Zoom moderator will place the appropriate participants in the Zoom room. Board staff will be monitoring the participants listed in those sessions. But if you happen to be inadvertently placed in a session for which you have not signed the appropriate undertakings, please remove yourself from the Zoom room. If you have multiple people together in a conference room participating on Zoom, we will rely upon the parties to monitor who is permitted to remain during a confidential or highly confidential portion. So I think that's important. If we break out, really counting on the attorneys to look at the room, look at the Zoom, and police the confidentiality yourselves, because we don't have by memory all the people who are allowed in. Third, we will aim for a lunch break around 12:30 or 1, depending on where we are in a witness's testimony. And we'll aim for several short breaks as we did before through the day. We will aim to conclude today no later than 6 p.m. With that, we are ready to convene unless anyone has any questions or comments. If not, I believe we were in the middle of the direct examination of Mr. Blair, Jim Blair, who is here. Okay, so whoever is questioning him should come up to the front table. Or were we through with direct and we were ready to start cross? Was that where we were? All right, Mr. Donahoe, you are on. Just had enough of us 2 weeks ago, but go ahead.
Good morning. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ray Atkins. We're not hearing Mr. Donahue on the live feed.
Ray, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Bear, let me repeat my question. Did you have an opportunity to review your testimony from a couple weeks ago? Can we pull up Joint Exhibit 1B? It's a public document, JE001B. Yes, I can. It's the Gulf Coast Working Group report. If you could turn to page, it's actually 32 on the bottom. There's two page numbers on there. It's page 32 on the bottom, please.
I'm there. Thank you.
There's Amtrak recommendations.
Yes, sir, I do.
Mr. Donahoe, I'm sorry.
As I said, there's two page numbers, Chair. It's a little bit confusing. I'm going by the bottom page number, which is 32.
I'm looking at my version. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a marked up version from the original filing, which is what I'm recommending.
Okay. Sir, do you see where it says Amtrak recommendations at the top there?
Yes, I do.
Second sentence there that says, while recognizing the benefits of capital improvements, Amtrak believes the only necessary improvement to CSX's line is the installation of PTC. Do you see that? So would you, at the time, you didn't feel there was any infrastructure at all needed before putting Amtrak on the Gulf Coast line?
It was not a part of the development of this report, but yes, that is Amtrak's position.
And this was back in, correct? Could you go to paragraphs, and it's on the screen, but the paragraph that says in terms of capacity improvements. And you see, in terms of capacity improvements, Amtrak supports a phased approach after service is restored. And is that still Amtrak?
Yes, it is.
And in that paragraph, and again, it'll be highlighted on the screen to make it easier. You see about midway down, it says after Gulf Coast service is restored. Do you see that sentence?
Do.
Service is restored. The process of identifying exact infrastructure improvements would involve a more in-depth review of the existing infrastructure and be informed by actual experience. Do you see that? And again, Amtrak's position in this, at this hearing. And the reason I ask this is because at the time, the Gulf Coast Working Group had already suggested infrastructure projects that are listed in this report. Do you agree with me?
Is that a question?
Yes. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So my question is, if the Gulf Coast Working Group had already suggested infrastructure projects, why did Amtrak at the time believe that more study needed to see what would happen when the trains were actually on the track?
Projects by FRA closely aligned with a number of projects that Amtrak had recommended, but it did not have the input of the railroads. And that's what we were still seeking when the report was published.
But that's would be informed by actual experience. So doesn't that mean that Amtrak thought we should put they should put the trains on the track first and see what occurs?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I think we believe that the service could operate effectively without the infrastructure and consistent with the report phased in over time.
At this time, back in 2017, did Amtrak agree with the infrastructure suggested by the FRA?
The FRA proposed to be phased in, yes.
I didn't ask the phased in. I asked, did Amtrak at this time in 2017 agree with the infrastructure proposed by the FRA?
That it would be phased in accordance with what was outlined in the report.
It's the language that says after Gulf Coast service is restored, the process of identifying exact infrastructure improvements would involve a more in-depth review. Do you see that? Yes. And you don't find that?
No, I don't.
Gulf did not do RTC modeling.
Yes, that's my understanding. They did not.
So position is that they agreed to $99 million in infrastructure improvements without RTC modeling. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
However, for the purpose of this hearing, when RTC modeling was done and recommended infrastructure projects, Amtrak is in disagreement with that.
Those were different projects and different recommendations.
But you agree that Amtrak supported spending $100 million on projects when RTC modeling wasn't done.
Amtrak had conducted its own analysis in 2016, filed a letter.
Unmute your microphone, please.
Amtrak had done its own analysis in 2016, and we filed a letter in support in the letter we filed in support of the FRA Gulf Coast Working Group report, and that indicated a number of infrastructure projects very similar to the ones that were identified by FRA.
But that wasn't my question. My question was supportive of a $99 million project that didn't do RTC modeling. Page 15, and again, Chair, I'm referring to the 15 at the bottom of the page of this document. Okay. And specifically what I'm looking at, see the Gulf Coast Working Group structure and membership. Do you see that section 2.4?
Sure.
Second paragraph, about midway through, it says from October 2016 to February 2017, CSX, Amtrak, SRC, and the FRA formed a technical group. Do you see that? Would you agree Norfolk Southern was not part of that technical group?
I was not a part of the technical group, but they are not recorded here in the report.
Examination, you weren't sure if Norfolk Southern was a part of the Gulf Coast Working Group. Is that accurate? No problem. The record speaks for it. There's been testimony from Norfolk Southern that they were not part of the Gulf Coast Working Group. Are you aware of that testimony?
Yes.
Agree with me that the Gulf Coast Working Group didn't take into consideration any possible infrastructure improvements on the so-called back belt?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. The FRA report talks about the NS route, and they specifically call it out several times in the analysis. So I don't know that I would say it was not considered.
Did you the suggested infrastructure projects recommended by the Gulf Coast Working Group?
Yes, I did.
Do you see projects that were on the Norfolk Southern back belt? So tell right now is that the Gulf Coast Working Group suggested infrastructure projects did not include anything on the Norfolk Southern back belt.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Agree with me that if there was infrastructure, or strike that, would you agree with me that if the back belt was looked at, that there may have been infrastructure projects that were needed?
Could you ask the question again, please?
Sure, I apologize. Would you agree with me that if the Gulf Coast looked at the back belt, there very likely could have been infrastructure projects suggested?
I don't know that I would say very likely, and I don't know to what degree the technical committee or the working group looked at the back belt, so I can't answer that question.
Were you, I mean, by Zoom for Mr. Dingler's testimony? Isn't it suggested infrastructure projects on the back belt? That if the Gulf Coast Working Group did propose infrastructure projects on the back belt, that cost of $100 million would have increased?
The cost would have increased, yes.
So, yes.
When you say that $100 million in your question, which 100 million are you referring to?
I'm sorry. 99 million, the 94 million plus the 5 million in the Gulf Coast Working Group. I apologize. I rounded it off. I shouldn't have. And you're aware that the Gulf Coast Working Group, the $99 million, that was in 2016 dollars, correct?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that that is probably those projects, if they were to be done now, would likely cost more than $99 million? Can we go to page 33 of this document? And again, Chair, it's the page number of the document. And do you see where it says FRA identified improvements? And I want to ask you about the first section, the first sentence there. This section outlines the improvements FRA identified for enhancing the operation of passenger trains on the corridor without unreasonably impairing freight operations. Do you see that? You would agree with me. One of the goals of the FRA was not to unreasonably impair freight operations.
The stated goal in the report. Yes,
There's a on sidings. Do you see where that is in this document?
yes,
Bullet point there said siding is too short to accommodate most freight trains. Do you see that? Is there this document suggesting that Amtrak could use those sidings?
can you rephrase the question? I'm not sure.
Sure. I'm going too fast. So the bullet point indicates that the siding is too short to accommodate freight trains. You with me there? My question is there anything in this document that says that Amtrak could use those sidings instead of freight trains?
Objection. Are you going to give him the chance to read the entire document?
If he'd like to, I thought he was familiar with them.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Blair, excuse me, can you answer his question without referring to the entire document? Just tell us one way or the other.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand the question. Are you asking, could Amtrak trains use the sidings that are too short for freight trains?
Let me try it this way. Fight on direct examination that Amtrak was willing to take a siding. Do you recall that testimony? Suggestion made to the Gulf Coast Working Group that Amtrak would take those sidings during this project.
I think it was precluded in any way in the analysis.
Do you?
I have no knowledge.
When did Amtrak adopt the position that they would take a siding on the Gulf Coast line?
Amtrak trains take sidings every day all over the country. I don't know why it would be exclusive to the Gulf Coast line.
Was that in writing to any of the freight railroads that Amtrak would agree to take a siding on the Gulf Coast line?
When would that have come up? I'm not sure it would have come up in the course of the discussion until we were talking about the service in more detail.
So the answer to my question is it was never discussed with the freight railroads that Amtrak would take a siding.
A siding in the context of a freight operation because we didn't have any data to work with in that analysis.
So then you never discussed with the freight railroads that Amtrak would be willing to take a siding.
Oh, I did not.
Thank you. Are you aware of the infrastructure recommendations from the Dingler RTC model?
Only as, yeah.
This, are you aware that there are some infrastructure recommendations in the Dingler RTC model that were also part of the FRA infrastructure recommendations? And if we could go to page 35. And I'm not going to go one by one, but you can see there, one of the suggested improvements by the FRA was Gentilly Yard. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, a bypass track was recommended by the FRA. Do you see that? Do you have, Mr. Dingler's RTC model also suggested that? Sorry, do I need to wait? I'm sorry. Again, it's page 35 at the bottom. So I think you answered, but just in case the panel or, okay, thank you. And are you aware that that Gentilly bypass was estimated at 28 million in 2016? If you're aware.
I don't recall.
If we could go to page 37 of this document. And so really my question is, the FRA also considered improvements to the Mobile station. Isn't that correct? And clear, that would be in the same location as where the Mobile train station is now, correct?
That was one proposal, and that was what was advanced in the FRA Gulf Coast Working Group report. Yes.
Would agree with me that both the Gulf Coast Working Group, the FRA, and Amtrak all believe that the Mobile station should be left where it is. Is that fair? To the wishes of the mayor of Mobile.
I can't say what the mayor has said or not said with respect to the downtown station facility.
Did you listen to hearings at all? Fair enough. We'll get to that. Would you agree with me that the city of Mobile is a shareholder? A stakeholder?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to public document, joint exhibit 32B. Stephen. And I'll identify this document as Amtrak.
I am informed that even though for those of us present, the exchange is going fine, the people on YouTube are missing the first second and a half of each exchange because there's a delay.
Okay.
So it's not going to work well, but try. After Mr. Donahoe asks a question, put your mic down, give it a second, and vice versa for the listening audience. Let's see if we can make that work. Do the best you can.
Mr. Blair, we've handed you a document listed as Joint Exhibit 32B. Do you see that? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Would you agree with me that the date on this is June 2021?
May 2021.
I was referring to the bottom of the cover sheet. I mean, it's fine, May or June.
Is this the joint exhibit of all parties, not the joint CSX NS exhibits?
I'll accept May. That's fine. Can we go to page 4, please?
Page 4 at the bottom numbering.
Yes, in the right-hand corner. I'm sorry, left-hand corner. Do you not have it?
No, I haven't, but before you were using your base numbers on the other document. Now you're using the document numbers. It's fine with me as long as I know.
Okay. So this executive summary came out before the passage of the infrastructure bill.
Yes, before the passage, I believe so. Yes.
This time, Amtrak was proposing that the federal government invest 75 billion over 15 years. Do you see that? So I heard some testimony and opening statement or some comments in opening statement that Amtrak had 5-year plans, but it looks like in this, it's a 15-year plan.
Comprehensive plan of Amtrak. This is a Carter vision that reflects a 15-year vision.
Infrastructure on the freight lines.
There is money available for national network grants that could go to investments in freight.
But with respect to the money that Amtrak has received as part of the infrastructure, has any of that money been dedicated or planned on being used for infrastructure on the freight lines?
Money is available for use, even the monies that were given directly to Amtrak in the bipartisan infrastructure law.
How much money has Amtrak set or planned on spending out of the 75 billion they proposed toward infrastructure improvements on freight lines?
We're working on developing a plan with FRA to do.
I'm a little confused. I thought Mr. Blair said the 75 billion was a vision, not a plan. And then the way you phrased your previous question, it sounded to me like you were referring to whatever billions actually got approved in the infrastructure plan as distinguished from the sort of wish list in this May document. So I just think the record's a little unclear, even though Mr. Blair answered when you're asking him about money designated or planned for freight. If you could just be specific, whether you're referring to what actually got passed in the infrastructure plan or the 75 billion, because it seemed to me your questions went back and forth. Thank you.
Sure. I'll clear it up. Amtrak received 66 billion from the infrastructure bill.
No, the infrastructure bill or the IIJA or the bipartisan infrastructure law broke the money up into several categories. So not all of the money comes directly to Amtrak.
Money came directly or is to come directly to Amtrak out of the 66 billion.
Off the top of my head. So I'd rather not speculate what that number is.
Fair enough. It reported as 22 billion. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
You would have to check. I've got kind of a map at home that I use to check it. I would agree that it is in the billions. Yes, sir.
So back. But just of that money, Amtrak has not determined yet what infrastructure on freight lines will be done. Is that fair?
Correct.
You have any estimation how long that process will take at Amtrak?
We are working through a process with FRA. In fact, the FRA is in the lead on the designation of corridor, priority corridors through as translating this vision into actual implementation. So that process has just begun. I believe FRA is publishing their report maybe even this week, their preliminary report. So it's a process that will take place over the period of the money award and then I'm sure well beyond. Do you mean 20 at the bottom or?
Sorry, on the bottom, what I have, I don't know why I have something different. It's entitled "The Solution is Passenger Rail."
I have that page.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Bill. So this vision entails, according to this first bullet point, 39 new routes. Is that accurate? And enhancements to 25 routes? And service to 160 new stations. And so my question is it Amtrak's intention to do on these new routes what you suggested at this hearing, which is basically let's get the trains on the tracks and go from there and see what infrastructure is needed?
Again, I don't think that's a fair characterization, but I might point to the agreement that Amtrak recently signed with Canadian Pacific that allows several services to begin without infrastructure.
Asked by your counsel, was it Amtrak's position in identifying infrastructure improvements is best informed by actual experience on the route, and you agreed with that? Do you still agree with that?
That's the process we go through today with our operations on freight railroads.
What is it Amtrak intends on doing? Putting the service on and seeing what infrastructure is needed, or doing RTC modeling to determine what infrastructure is needed? So you would agree with me that RTC modeling is a valid tool?
Yes, Amtrak uses RTC modeling in some of our own analysis.
Is it Amtrak's position going forward that infrastructure improvements do not need to be done prior to putting Amtrak trains on the lines?
I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think we look at each route as different and the level of service that may be required. So each one gets evaluated individually.
It is Amtrak's position that the trains can go on the line first and then later determine when the infrastructure is needed or required.
The Gulf Coast Working Group actually proposed a schedule of implementation of infrastructure that followed the introduction of the train, and that's a process we're proposing to follow here as well.
Testimony that the Gulf Coast Working Group was phasing in the projects they suggested?
That's what's reflected in the report.
And what's the completion of the phased-in project?
Or it looked like 5 years following start of service. Amtrak has begun the work on the stations. We expect that work to be completed by the end of this calendar year. So that part of the work identified in the Gulf Coast Working Group report is underway.
Amtrak first start working on the passenger station improvements?
Following the completion of the report, we started working with the communities and the Southern Rail Commission on identifying what needed to be done. Those efforts ramped up as we started the 2020 RTC work and study, and have continued even through today.
So when you say ramped up in 2020, what do you mean by ramped up?
Survey work, direct outreach to the communities, that type of work.
Stations are on the Gulf coastline.
There are 5 identified on route.
So if I have my math correct, you testified you started this process in 2017 and you expect it to be done by the end of this year.
We started planning in 2017, and we expect construction at this phase, this phase of construction to be done by the end of this year. I don't know. I believe the call we had, there was an internal call last week that reported that it was underway. I don't know if I could define whether that means construction has begun.
So 5 years after you realized, or Amtrak realized, that the passenger stations needed work, they're just beginning construction on that recently.
Yeah. Six by the Bates number or on the page?
By the page.
Okay.
Do you see the bottom paragraph, Virginia and North Carolina? And according to this Amtrak document, Virginia and North Carolina are examples of states helping lead the way with Amtrak to develop successful intercity passenger rail service. Do you see that?
Yes.
That statement. Now, are you aware that in both the Virginia and North Carolina projects, RTC modeling was done prior to passenger service on the lines?
Where?
And are you aware projects infrastructure was put in place prior to Amtrak passenger going on the freight lines?
Yes, I am aware of that. Yes.
At this hearing, wasn't there?
Yes.
If you could turn, again, this is the document page number, not the Bates document, page 67. You have it? It's a table.
Yes. Table 6.
Yes, table 6. And what I wanted to ask you about was, see at the bottom there, the New Orleans to Mobile. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
$3 signs there. But what do those dollar signs represent?
Suggesting what the subsidy that the participating states or sponsors might be expected to contribute that is not recovered by the fare box. In other words, what is not recovered by the revenue generated by the passengers directly.
The New Orleans to Mobile, there's $3 signs, correct?
That's correct.
Highest proportion in this column, the $3 signs.
Through the document.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
But on this table, highest, along with two other locations. I don't see $4 signs or $5 signs anywhere.
Nor do I. Yes, $3 signs is the highest on this page.
And so that would be the highest public operating funding per new passenger, according to this column.
Yes.
Next thing, there's a stick figure under the new passengers column. What does that represent?
Estimated ridership in thousands.
Reading this table correctly, again, compared to the other trips on here, this would be the lowest amount of new passengers since there's just one stick figure there. So is it a fair conclusion that based on this, the New Orleans to Mobile route has the highest public operating funding per new passenger for the least amount of passengers?
As compared to what? What you mean on this page?
On this chart.
There are other routes on this chart and in other places in the table that are similar.
Just on this chart, the column that says new passengers per thousands, Mr. Blair, 1,000 passengers per day, week, month. What are we talking about?
So there's a key listed as figure 14, which is on page 35 or 36 Bates number.
Let me get there for a minute. Yes, but that doesn't have a time period on it, does it?
No, it does not. At least from what I understand of the forecast for Gulf Coast service, that would be an annual number. So up to 100,000 passengers annually.
So the column on table 6, the one stick figure is, each stick's figure is 100,000 annually. Is that what you're saying? As to how to read that
Yeah.
column?
That's what it looks like in the.
Thank you.
And you would agree with me that that says up to 100,000.
Yes.
And Amtrak has estimated the amount of passengers on the Gulf coastline if this service is introduced. Is that right? In those numbers?
In them published, but I do, I know what was reported in the Gulf Coast Working Group report, and there have been some subsequent analyses since then that have been somewhat higher, but it does fit within this up to 100,000 new passengers structure.
And what it
I think the number was around 60.
does Amtrak do any type of cost benefit analysis when they're introducing service on a line?
Amtrak is really providing a service to states or a state sponsor. And if there is a cost benefit analysis, we can support their work in that effort. But they're doing that primarily for their interests, and we provide them with the costs of the operation that they can use in their own cost benefit analysis. Many of those analyses also include not just the direct benefits of the service, but secondary benefits to the economy, travel, transportation, mobility, et cetera. So we typically support the analysis of agencies such as the Southern Rail Commission in performing their own cost benefit analyses.
I understand your explanation, but the question was simply, does Amtrak themselves do a cost benefit analysis when they introduce passenger service on freight rail lines?
I'm not aware. Have.
And you did watch some of the proceedings, the public hearing?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce document CSX NS 337. Is a transcript of the public hearing. Sir, if you could turn to page 26, please. I think we're good with the page numbers on this one.
I'm sorry, you said 26?
26 in the top right corner. Don't tell me. I thought I had an easy one.
That are different. 26 at the bottom says it's 27. So just for our record, we need to be clear, that's all.
I see what you're saying now, Chair. Okay. So either page 27 at the bottom or the actual page 26 at the top. Okay. Do you have that page in front of you? with who Mac McCutcheon is? If you go down to line 20, line 21, you see that he identifies himself as a Speaker of the House for Alabama of Representatives. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Sure, take your time. Line 18.
Okay, I've read it. Thank you.
Do you agree with that?
What specifically?
That his concern is that the additional traffic that's created by these passenger trains will have a significant negative impact on the existing freight rail service.
Objection, Mr. Blair can't speak to the Representative McCutcheon's state of mind.
I'm simply asking if he's,
There you go. Thank you. If the question is whether Mr. Blair agrees with the conclusion, I don't think he's asking for Mr. McCutcheon's state of mind. He's asking for Mr. Blair's own opinion. If that's the question, I'll allow it to stand.
question. Do you agree with that or not?
No, I do not agree.
Do you think that Mac McCutcheon is in a better position than you are to know about the traffic on the lines in his state?
I don't know what Mr. McCutcheon or Representative McCutcheon knows about the traffic in his state. And so I can't estimate whether or not he or I has a better sense or Amtrak has a better sense as to the impacts of the service.
Have you been to the Gulf Coast line? How many times have you been to the Gulf Coast line? For lack of a better term, ceremonial visits?
No, I was down to attend various meetings that were in parts of the Gulf Coast line. But I have had my staff and other folks from Amtrak down on the line several times.
But I'm asking to you, you yourself have never traveled the entire Gulf Coast line.
Correct.
Testimony from one of your experts, Mr. Crowley.
I heard Mr. Crowley's testimony.
Did you hear your oath that he hadn't been to the Gulf Coast line in 10 to 15 years?
I don't recall.
Could you turn to page 29, page 30?
There, thank you.
The first paragraph, as you know, in there, Mr. McCutcheon testifies about the port. Do you see that sentence?
Yes,
What line?
Beginning on line 5. Do you see that, sir? As at the Port of Mobile, our business is booming there in the port. Would you agree with that?
At the Port of Mobile.
Do you have any understanding as to any of the projections by the port for the business in the next 5, 10 years?
Yes, I listened to the port's testimony.
Would you agree that there is they are projecting a significant increase at the port in the next 5 to 10 years?
I would agree that they are projecting a significant increase.
And you would agree that the more the port's business increases, the more freight service they're going to be required to have.
That's a direct correlation. Some of the business from the port does not travel by rail.
But in general, you would agree that if the port is projecting this significant increase, some of that increase is going to spill over on the freight railroad lines.
Some of it may, and the port had indicated that much of that traffic moves to the north, which is not affected by the Amtrak service.
Position that congestion or lack of capacity on the Gulf coastline doesn't affect rail lines going north? Sure. Let's start with the hypothetical that there is congestion and diminished capacity on the Gulf coastline, okay? You with me there? All right, then my question is, if that is in fact true, could that have a negative or side effect on those lines running north that you just mentioned?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask the question again. Are you asking if the traffic south of the port could impact, or if additional traffic south of the port or additional congestion south of the port could impact the operation of rail traffic to the north of the port?
Yes.
Yes, I think those could be impacted.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I didn't phrase that clearly. Could you turn to page 31, please? And that is 32 at the bottom of the document. And again, this is more testimony from Mr. McCutcheon. And specifically line 3, he states or testifies, our state has told Amtrak that unless there is federal funding made available to build out the infrastructure necessary to minimize the impacts of our port and the businesses that rely on them, the state of Alabama is not willing to proceed. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Position of Alabama.
I see Representative McCutcheon's comments here. We also received a variety of support from both individuals and other agencies that represent Alabama. And we're certainly disappointed that Alabama doesn't perhaps embrace Amtrak the way we would like them to. But I do see that's what the representative said here.
I believe testimony on direct was that some of the stakeholders had reservations. Do you remember that testimony?
That could be.
Well, it's on page 3000 of your testimony. The fact that that Alabama will not proceed in this project unless federal funding is made available, that seems like a pretty big reservation to me. Does it to you?
The way Representative McCutcheon has expressed that, yes, it does.
Were you aware or made aware of the testimony given by Mayor Stimson, the mayor of the city of Mobile?
That he had spoken, yes.
If we could go to line. Specifically, he testified the question foremost, it's essential that any plan pursued by Amtrak to avoid negative impacts to the Port of Mobile. The port is the economic heart of our city and this region. It supports nearly 161,000 jobs, moves more than 58 million tons of cargo annually, and generates close to 26.8 billion in annual economic output. Do you agree with the statement made by Mayor Stimson?
I have no data to support that, but I certainly believe Mayor Stimson knows the impact of the Port of Mobile.
Fair enough. We can go. Specifically line 16, and Mayor Stimson is still testifying. And these were some of the numbers. Yes. Yeah, 66 at the top, 67 at the bottom. You good?
And
Then line 16. Sure. And this is Mayor Stimson still testifying, and he's given some specific numbers for the projected growth. Do you see that? In 2020 alone, the marine terminal posted a 21% growth. The cargo growth grew by 50%, and the container rail posted 139% growth. Do you see that? And you have no reason to disagree with those numbers.
do not.
Agree with me that even though it's not a one-to-one corollary, that increase in 2020 would have some impact on the freight lines.
I don't know I don't know to what degree it would have had impact on the freight lines.
If we can go. Do you have that?
Yes.
And he goes on line 1. These numbers represent incredible growth over the last 15 years, but pale in comparison to the potential growth over the next 25, as long as that growth is not impeded by rail congestion. So that's some of this increase that's projected by the port. Would you agree?
Yes.
And if you look at line 8, Mayor Stimson continues testifying and says, unfortunately, Amtrak's current proposal appears to disregard these facts. Do you agree with his summation there?
Well, again, I would acknowledge that's what Mayor Stimson said, but I don't think we believe it to be.
He says these 4 trains would be added to an extraordinary, complex, and tightly managed schedule of existing freight and rail traffic. Do you agree with that?
I see that Mayor Stimson said that, yes.
But my question is, do you agree with that? That it is a extraordinarily complex and tightly managed schedule of existing freight and rail traffic?
I don't know that that has been our experience, but that's what Mayor Stimson reported.
18, he continues, this adds up to the potential for significant material impacts to the day-to-day workings of the port, potentially impacting the bottom line for many, many companies and customers that depend on reliable scheduling to and from the port. Do you agree with that? And specifically, I'm referring to significant material impacts on the day-to-day workings of the port.
The impacts were not that, but clearly this is what Mayor Stimson stated here.
I don't want to cut you off at this point, but while the mayor certainly was an important witness in the public hearing, I don't know that he testified as a railroad operations or modeling expert. We all heard his testimony. You've now provided us with a transcript, although I think we have it. We can reread it. If you direct our attention during closing argument to the points you want to emphasize, that would be fine. But Mr. Blair has made it pretty clear that he can read what public officials have said and repeat and regurgitate. Yes, that's what they said. You know, we have a lot of territory to cover, and I'm not sure how this line of questioning, I've let it go on for a while. There haven't been any objections, but it is imposing on the time we have for this hearing. So if you're taking this someplace, that's fine. But if it's just to recite what we already heard, to me, it's just duplicative. It doesn't add anything.
I understand. But this is cross-examination, and it's fair cross that I ask him if he agrees or disagrees with what public government officials have said to this panel. I don't have much longer. I have a couple more and I'll be done with it. Okay, thank you. On page 69, which is page 70. And this was just at the hearing in February of this year. Mayor Stimson said, not locating a passenger terminal at the Brooklyn facility near downtown in favor of the older legacy platform would not only be a missed opportunity, it would be a mistake. And I'm aware of Amtrak's position, but I guess my question to you is, why won't Amtrak agree to moving the station to Brooklyn?
Amtrak hasn't rejected the idea of the Brooklyn station. Amtrak's model is downtown.
I'm sorry, Chairman, the mic is muted and I'd like to hear this answer.
You.
I'm sorry, Chairman, the mic is still muted.
There you go. Now you're
It
on.
w- Testing. Amtrak has not rejected the idea of a station facility at Brooklyn. In fact, the FRA even recommended a even further out suburban facility in the Gulf Coast Working Group report. The Amtrak's traditional and most successful model of providing intercity passenger rail transportation is downtown to downtown service. And the downtown New Orleans terminal that we have and the downtown Mobile terminal that we have provides, we believe, the best opportunity for a successful service in this market.
Been done on the Mobile station at its current location?
The work is scheduled to begin at the downtown site to renovate the platform for the start of service.
So the bottom is, and it's fair, I understand your point about Amtrak and where they think it should be located, but the bottom line is you are in disagreement with the mayor on the location of the passenger station in Mobile.
No, I think how we would characterize that as we believe a downtown station would be the most successful outcome for Mobile. It's adjacent to their passenger ship terminal and provides opportunities there. Right now at Brookley, the airport has not relocated to that facility. When the airport is relocated, there will likely be a nexus of travelers that don't exist today. So it may certainly be an attractive opportunity in the future. In fact, Amtrak has several suburban stations or airport connected stations around the country. Think of on the Hiawatha service on Route 128 in Boston that both provide ready access to airport terminals. It's just that for the service that we proposed, a downtown to downtown model, we think gives the greatest chance of success.
Okay, but the question is that you are still in disagreement with the mayor of Mobile since he doesn't want the passenger station in downtown Mobile, and you're beginning to do work on that very station in downtown Mobile. Isn't that accurate?
I read his comments here to say not using Brooklyn would be a missed opportunity. We're not saying Brooklyn doesn't still represent an opportunity.
If Amtrak continues with the Mobile station in downtown Mobile, would you have to make that station ADA compliant or would it be grandfathered in?
ADA compliant.
And you me that Amtrak has had issues with making their stations ADA compliant over the years.
What do you mean issues?
Well, you just said for several $1 million for passengers who complained about stations not being ADA compliant. Are you aware of that? Aware that the Amtrak Inspector General report said that there needs to be 300 Amtrak passenger stations that need to be made ADA compliant?
I did not work on. I was not asked to address any part of that OIG report or the findings on that OIG report, so I've not read that report.
And that's fine, if you were aware.
Aware there was an OIG report. There were certain aspects of that that dealt with host railroad issues that I was asked to address, but that was not one of them.
Are you came into law in 1990?
Yes.
That Amtrak had until 2010 to become compliant with ADA at their passenger stations.
In 2010, I know there was an initial deadline that Amtrak did not meet.
And still,
Mr.
oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Donahoe, what does Amtrak's record on ADA compliance have to do with congestion on the freight line?
I'm about to get there. And to this day, as we just talked about, there are still 300 passenger stations that need to be made ADA compliant.
Don't have the number, it's not a number I have available.
Well, here's the reason I'm asking this is because in the Gulf Coast project, Amtrak's in favor of a phased in approach. Do you agree? What I was wondering is this the same phased in approach Amtrak has taken with making your passenger stations ADA compliant?
I can't comment on that.
There was no testimony, Mr. Donahoe, that Amtrak planned a phased-in compliance with ADA. Really, I really think to try to move this case along, we should stick to the issues before the board, and ADA compliance is not one of them. Thank you.
Get document CSX NS 340.
just ask you in terms of timing, in terms of a break time, where are you in your cross in terms of how much time you plan?
I probably have an hour and a half left.
All right, so are we switching well, I think we can go a little while longer, but why don't you tell me when you get to a natural place? We'll take a break.
I will, Chair. I think after this document, it's a good.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe this document was one of the documents that Amtrak objected to as hearsay with all of the public letters that were submitted on the CSX and NS exhibit list.
Well, it hasn't been admitted into, are you offering this into evidence, Mr. Donahoe? Or you're just using it for cross-examination?
That's all.
I'll let him proceed.
Mr. Blair, have you seen this letter dated April 1st, 2021?
I don't recall seeing
Okay, and it's a letter from Kay Ivey, the governor of Alabama. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I'm not going to go through the whole letter. Why don't we just get down to the last paragraph? And specifically, I want to ask you about the last sentence. Without a completed operational modeling study, Alabama will not commit to providing any financial support to new Gulf Coast passenger service. Do you see that?
Yes, I can read that sentence.
And you're aware that that's the governor of Alabama?
That's what's reflected in this letter.
Would that be those reservations?
Objection. Badgering the witness.
It was his testimony.
I'm not sure I would characterize it as a reservation.
Thank you. Chair, I think this is a good time.
All right, it is 11 o'clock exactly. We'll break for 10 minutes and resume at 11:10. And while we're on this break, staff tells me they're going to try to do something with these microphones, so we'll explain it when we get back. Thank you. start, just to keep everybody on their toes, we have changed the rules a little bit, like the electronic rules. Mr. Witness, your microphone is now going to work like ours, and that is you have to keep holding it down while you're talking. When you let it up, it would automatically go off. If the attorneys use the hand mic, then you don't get interrupted. There won't be that delay. But the camera will not focus on you. So if you want to be, no comment. But your mic is also changed so that if you want to use the previous mic, it'll be the same. You have to hold it down while you're speaking. And if you do that, the camera will turn to you. So it's your choice. I think it's really, for the people watching on Zoom or YouTube. So with that, we will reconvene, and Ms. Donahue, you may proceed.
Well, unfortunately, the next question has to do with confidential documents, Chair.
Let me ask this question. Are we going to go back and forth?
No, I saved them till the end.
So we're going to go into confidential, and we're not going to come back out?
Maybe for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So attorneys, I'm going to rely on you to look around the room. And we're going to ask the people who are not part of the confidential group to exit. And I'm going to rely on the attorneys to make sure that everybody who is covered is exiting. I only see 2 or 3 people leaving. If you don't go far, we'll come find you. And Roberta, are you moving the Zoom followers or into the confidential room?
Hey, Marty, this is Matt. I'll be the one doing that.
Oh, Matt, you're here. Oh, good.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
All right. So tell me when that's accomplished, and we'll proceed.
Yeah, I'm ready to open them. So if you're ready to go, I'll go ahead and send you guys into the room.
Go ahead.
Check.
We're back.
Okay, one moment.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record. Mr. Chairman, for the record, that all the other documents that Mr. Donahoe will be using are marked confidential. They were produced by Amtrak, but Amtrak said that they might be able to redesignate some of those to public if they had some time to go through them, or I don't know how you'd like to move ahead.
We're gonna take a lunch break in an hour. Can they do it over lunch? So we can make some progress here without another break?
Yes, I believe we could do it over lunch.
All right, then let's proceed as far as we can. Maybe, Bill, you could show them the next document after this one, and they could be looking at that one so we can make some progress before the lunch break. Okay, so for the record, Joint Exhibit 26K, which had been marked confidential by Amtrak, the confidential designation has been waived, and we are back in public session with Amtrak's agreement, and you may proceed, Mr.
Thank
Donohue.
you. Mr. Blair, I was asking you, this is an Alabama briefing by the Southern Rail Commission dated July 12th, 2019. Are you familiar with this document?
No, I'm not.
What I wanted to ask you about, and let me just, if we can turn to page 5 of this document. And you see at the 9:10 a.m., Todd Stennis, who is he?
Todd is our government affairs representative for the Southeast region.
Do you have an understanding that he was present at this briefing?
I assume in 2019, this was an in-person meeting, so I would assume he was probably present.
Okay. What I wanted to ask you about was page 24. Do you see that chart?
The Amtrak ridership history?
Correct.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it was projected at 38,400 in 2019?
Not being familiar with this presentation, I don't know what that is tied to. So yes, I see that number on the page, but I don't know what it's in relationship to.
Well, the reason I ask is because at the top of that column, it says Amtrak regional ridership. And then down low, it says Gulf Coast Limited. So do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what I'm asking you is, was it projected that there would be 38,400 riders on the Gulf Coast line in 2019?
And let me review the document to see what it is talking about. I don't know whether this was a single round trip, multiple round trips, the service we are proposing now, or something different. I don't know. So hold on a moment.
Mr. Donahoe, unless this service that's projected here is the ridership is for the kind of service that's at issue in this case, I'm not sure what relevance it has. So I hope you can tie those two together.
That's why I was asking the question as to what his understanding of this projection is. If his testimony is it's not the Gulf Coast line, that's fine, then I'll move on.
Well, let me ask this question. Have we established A, that Mr. Blair was at this briefing, or B, that he's read this book before? You just handed it to him, so I'm not sure what foundation he has to answer questions about this book. unless you can establish it.
Well, the reason I asked him about Mr. Stennis is Mr. Stennis was with Amtrak at the time. I realized Mr. Blair was not there. He answered that question.
Right, but you can't expect a witness in a large organization to speak on behalf of every other person who works there unless you establish some foundation. So at this point, I think unless you tie it up, you're just asking him to guess of what somebody else put in here and what it means. So I'd like you to tie it up, or else I
Sure.
don't think we should proceed.
So, Mr. Blair, a briefing was done in Alabama by the Southern Rail Commission that had Amtrak people or person at that, and you have no awareness of that. Is that true?
I don't recall the specific meeting. Mr. Stennis.
I'll move on. Confidential room, unless exhibit 5 has been determined to be public.
If you can give us just a moment.
No, it's not that one. No. It's in her possession. I don't know what it says. Chair, Amtrak has agreed that Joint Exhibit 40G is now a public document.
And Mr. Chair, if I can just put on the record, the reason it was designated confidential is because some of the materials in there were marked, we believe, confidential by CSX and NS during the, so although it was marked confidential by Amtrak, it was because Amtrak believed that it was respecting the confidentiality designations of CSX and NS.
Thank you, Jesse. And I take it that CSX and NS validate making this document public.
Yes.
Thank you, counsel. All right, you may proceed.
Sir, if you could turn to page 3. And you see here that it says Amtrak Gulf Coast RTC study, October 2020 update. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I believe I was at this update.
Could you turn to page 4?
Yes.
And as of October 2020, if you look at the 4th bullet point, Amtrak was reporting that the base case was fully approved July 17th. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that the no build case was approved September 2nd.
Yes.
And I believe you testified on direct that you had concerns, you meaning Amtrak, with the base case. Do you recall that testimony?
Recall that I had identified we were seeking to validate the base case and were unable to do so due to lack of data.
But whether or not you were able to validate it, Amtrak was reporting in October of 2020 that the base case was fully approved. Would you agree?
That's what it shows here, yes.
And despite any concerns Amtrak had that the no-build case was approved September 2nd. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what was intended by the word approved here, whether that was approved by all parties or approved by NS or CSX. So I can't speak to that directly, but I do see it that it indicates that it was approved September 2nd.
Well, at least this document, which was in October, is reporting that both the base case and the no-build case were approved, and that's Amtrak reporting that.
Yes.
Did you,
Mr. Donohue, just for definitional purposes, it's been a while since I read the RTC documents. Maybe the other board members are up to date on this. The base case is the case done for the existing freight service as of 2019 with no passenger rail. And the no-build case is adding the passenger rail, but having no infrastructure improvements. Is that what those terms mean?
that's true, yes. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
If you could go to page 13.
The no-build case contemplated the 20-year look ahead.
Can you go to page 13, please? Yes, page 13. Next steps and timeline,
Yes.
and specifically bullet point number 2. So in October of 2020, Amtrak was reporting that Amtrak and HDR to investigate and propose with CSX and NS approval infrastructure improvements to minimize freight impacts. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
But wasn't it Amtrak's position by then that the infrastructure improvements would be those from the FRA that was suggested in the Gulf Coast study?
This was the RTC modeling study in the 2020 study that we were still undertaking at this point.
Is there any indication in this report or presentation by Amtrak in October 2020 that there were any concerns by Amtrak with the HDR modeling?
Objection. Are you going to give him an opportunity to read the entire report?
Sure.
Mr. Blair, why don't you tell us what you need to read to answer the question? Do you need to read the whole report?
Could I have the question again, please?
Sure. Is there any indication in this report or presentation, I should call it, in October of 2020 that Amtrak was concerned with the RTC modeling done by HDR?
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, I will read the report. there are several places where there are evidences of the concern that we had.
Where is that?
Before you go further, could either you or ask the witness to identify what is this report? To whom was it made? We're in the dark up here as to where this document came from.
Okay, I believe it came from Amtrak, but where was this presentation made, if you know?
We gave periodic updates to the Southern Rail Commission on the RTC modeling study, as they were not a direct party to the agreements. So this appears to be one of the updates that we provided to SRC.
And was this in a live?
In October 2020, I assume this was virtual, and typically we met with SRC's executive committee. They also had other members that they would periodically invite, and it would have included several representatives from Amtrak typically in those calls.
And was the railroad, CSX, and NSP in those meetings too?
Oh, they traditionally would not be.
Where in this presentation does it indicate that Amtrak had issues with the modeling?
Starting on the page 6, this is an example of the heat map that we've all been talking about to such a degree. This is what we were using as the basis for trying to identify how the trains might operate in the territory with using this data. What is shown on the next page, page 7, is an example of a string line, which is what we have traditionally used to look at how Amtrak's operation might impact the freight service on the line. We were denied the ability to utilize string lines, or we were denied access to string lines. And in lieu of the example on page 8, what we were using was the example on page 6.
Is there anything written in print in this document that Amtrak had issues with the RTC model?
Written in words as opposed to diagrams?
Written in words.
So on page 12, it says remaining challenges, infrastructure requirements TBD. I think the term challenges suggests challenges, and the fact that infrastructure requirement process had not been yet developed for the process in an October update, it would seem to be difficult to make the goal report on page 13 of report complete by the end of the year.
Let me expand on my question. Is there anything in print saying that Amtrak is having issues with the HDR modeling, that they're not able to validate the models?
Those were issues that we had communicated in previous updates, perhaps not in this one, but we had started to express that concern back in April, and then in April, and then in August of 2020, which would have been prior to this effort or this update.
So you would agree with me, though, that in October of 2021, there was nothing in this presentation that Amtrak was having difficulty validating the models?
No, I would not agree. I think both what is reflected on page 12 and what is reflected on pages 6, 7, and 8 reflect some of the challenges that we worked with in the RTC modeling study.
Is that mentioned in print anywhere in this presentation?
Referred to you. in
Objection
print,
asked and
Mr.
answered.
Mr. Donahoe, what do you mean in words? I mean, you know,
Yeah,
there's
this really isn't.
To me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Donahoe, the questions are vague. When you say in print, we're looking at a document that is filled with words and charts and pictures. All of that's printed. If you mean, are there words, then if you would phrase the question that way, it would be clearer to us who are listening.
Fine, I will do so. Are there any words in this document indicating that Amtrak was having trouble validating the model, the HDR model?
I would say the words on page 12, remaining challenges suggest there have been prior challenges. So though that I think is indicative of the word challenges that appears on page 12 is indicative of the fact that there were continued challenges.
Does page 12 have the words Amtrak is unable to validate the models?
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
No, it does not have those words.
In fact, what you were reporting was that the base case was fully approved and the no build case was approved. Isn't that correct?
That is shown on page 4.
And on page 4, there are no words underneath those bullet points that Amtrak couldn't validate the base case. Would you agree with me?
I agree. There are no words on the page that indicate that.
And would you agree with me that there are no words on the page under the no build case approved that said that Amtrak was having difficulty validating the no build case?
I would agree with you. There are no words that say Amtrak was having difficulty validating the no build case.
And this is what was reported in October of 2021.
It appears, yes, this is what was reported in October 2020.
We do need to go to the confidential room now, Chair.
This is not a document that Amtrak agrees to.
I don't think any of the parties, this has to do with the data sharing agreements. It's Joint Exhibit 7G.
This is one you've designated as,
Yes, all parties.
Yeah. I think all parties agree this needs to be confidential.
all right. And in terms of going in and out of the room, where are we on that score?
We'll be in the room for this. And then there's emails, which my understanding is they're confidential. And then we'll come out of the room and I just have a few follow-up questions.
So we don't have to go back and forth
No, I
again.
tried to avoid that.
Okay, very good. All right, so we're asking the people who are not authorized confidential documents to leave the hearing room. And Matt, can you send us?
Yep, we're ready to go.
All right, are we ready now? Can we start?
I can go ahead and send you if you're ready.
Send us, we'll see it on the screen, I gather, when it's done, right?
recall testifying on your direct examination that the Gulf Coast corridor was like a snowflake?
In terms of uniqueness,
Yes.
I said it perhaps could be analogous to a snowflake in the sense that it may look like, I mean, snowflakes, I treat them all the same with the same shovel in my driveway. But I do recognize that each one is unique in a sense, but the tools that Amtrak has and we bring to bear in each service are similar.
So you would agree that there is some uniqueness to the Gulf Coast corridor?
We don't have another train that operates through Bay St. Louis, if in that sense. So it's each corridor has some elements of uniqueness. I think what I tried to reflect in my verified statement is that the characteristics that are presented in the Gulf Coast corridor, Amtrak has confronted successfully in other corridors.
One of the things in your verified statement was the Northeast corridor, that it has a lot of single track. Do you remember that?
The Northeast corridor, single track, don't you mean, I think the reference in my verified statement to the Northeast corridor was for movable bridges.
Does the Northeast corridor have double, triple, and quadruple track?
Most of it, yes, it does.
And the Chicago to Los Angeles, I think it was a Burlington Northern. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was an example where I cited where the respondents had indicated that there was substantial amount of freight volume. And I said between Chicago and Los Angeles, we regularly confront with the Southwest Chief 100 trains a day.
Is there a lot of double track and triple track segments in that?
On that segment, yes, there is.
And you cited the Bakersfield to Stockton, another BN route?
Yes, a largely single track railroad that hosts more passenger trains than the Gulf Coast.
Isn't it true that there's no movable bridges on the Bakersfield to Stockton? If you know?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that there's 40% less grade crossings on the Bakersfield to Stockton?
I don't know.
And I think you also cited the Florida East Coast, the Miami to Palm Beach.
As a place where there were more grade crossings per mile when that was cited as an example of the challenges in the Gulf Coast corridor.
And isn't it true that that's a double track corridor?
The grade crossings and double track don't necessarily correlate.
My question is, isn't it true it's a double track corridor?
I believe most of it is, yes.
Do you know what the cost of that corridor was when it was built?
Originally or rebuilt?
Rebuilt.
No, I don't.
You haven't seen it estimated at $1 billion?
No.
As a result of this hearing, Amtrak was in possession of all the data that they had requested through the discovery process in October of last year. Are you aware of that?
I can't validate whether we had received all the information that we requested in discovery or not.
My question to you is, did either Amtrak in-house modelers, or did you ask your consultants to run any of that RTC modeling based on that information? If you know.
Did I request?
Were you aware of any request made on Amtrak's behalf that RTC modeling be done with this information that was given during the discovery process?
I believe council requested the analysis to be done by LE Peabody.
Did Peabody do RTC modeling? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no, they did not.
And you were aware of the board's order of August 2021 that requested of the parties that modeling be done?
Yes.
And are you aware that Peabody was not retained?
Objection
There's an objection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
misstates the document.
Mr. Donahoe, if you're going to recite that order, would you read the exact language?
I'll move on.
All right.
I will try it. Do you know when Peabody was retained? And you testified that the station improvements should be done by the end of the year.
That's our current projection, yes.
What do you believe could happen if you institute service without any infrastructure and problems arise due to capacity and congestion?
What do you mean? What do I think would happen?
Do you think it will have an effect on the communities?
What scenario are you asking me to respond to?
Do you think there will be any effect on the communities around the Gulf coastline if problems arise with congestion and capacity with the addition of Amtrak passenger trains?
I don't know what those circumstances may be, so I'm not in a position to respond to that.
Do you think there'd be any effect on the shippers if Amtrak adds passenger lines and congestion and capacity is affected?
I don't anticipate issues with shippers. But I'm not in a position to respond to that.
Did you hear the testimony of any of the port witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did they express a concern that there would be an effect on the port if there was no infrastructure in place when Amtrak put passenger lines on the Gulf Coast corridor?
Yes, they did express that concern.
And you've also heard the concern with the freight railroads that they have a concern that if there's no infrastructure in place before the addition of Amtrak passenger line, they have a concern about congestion and capacity.
Yes, I heard them indicate that position. Yes.
Did you listen to the testimony of Mr. Johnson from CSX?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to the testimony of Randy Hunt from Norfolk Southern?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to the testimony of Larry Guthrie, one of the experts that was retained in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And you also heard the testimony from the port's witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Don't you think those people who've been to that line, who've worked that corridor, who've seen that corridor are in a better position to talk about the likely effect of adding passenger lines without infrastructure than you?
In the scope of my work, that's not something that I do, but I think we, based on the information that we have about the operations in the corridor, we do not believe that the introduction of Amtrak service would be disruptive to the operations on the corridor in the fashion that CSX, NS, or the port have identified.
So the fact that Amtrak doesn't run any trains on the majority of this corridor other than the back belt, Amtrak, you believe, is in a better position to tell the possible effects on congestion and capacity than all these people I just named who've been there, who've seen it, who've been on the line. That's your position?
Objection, asked and answered, and argumentative.
It's cross-examination.
Sustained.
Is the sustained chair based on repetitive question or argumentative? Just so I can clean it up.
It's argumentative.
Okay.
Rephrase it.
Okay. Do you believe that individuals who've worked on this line are in a better position to talk about possible congestion and capacity in the future?
Well, I would say we have individuals who have operated on this line who believe that this service can be introduced without significant congestion.
And when was the last time Amtrak had service on that line?
2005.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ray, did you have some questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me okay?
Very well.
And Mr. Blair, can you hear me okay?
So I can.
Okay. So as you know, my name is Ray Atkins. adjourn. Okay, so Mr. Blair, I would like to go back. Oh, can you still hear me okay?
We got you back.
Yeah, give a shout if you can't hear me. I'd like to go back to the Gulf Coast Working Report, which was JE Exhibit 1B. And I'm going to just touch on what I think are three points and then move on. Can we move to the page, which is page 2 of the report, page 12 of the exhibit? It's the title 2.12, which is the goals of the working report. So, well, this is going to be awkward, Mr. Blair, because I can't see you. It looks like there's an empty chair. But can you just take a moment to just refresh your memory of the goals? I think you've been through this document a fair bit. I just want to give you a chance to review what the Gulf Coast Working Group said was the goal and objective of their report.
Can you point me to the specific page, please?
It's page 2 of the report. It's page 12 of the exhibit. It should be the section titled 2.12 Goals.
Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
Yep. Can you just take a moment to, and in particular, the first 2 sentences are the ones that I'm going to focus on. So if you could just take a moment just to refresh your memory on those.
1-2, correct?
Yeah, just the first 2 sentences of 2.12.
I've read it. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So I'd like to make just for the first point I'd like to observe is the objective, the second sentence, the Goals Code Working Group's objective is twofold. Would you agree that it was to ultimately achieve a new schedule with better performance than the historic counterpart? Was the first objective?
Yes.
And then the second objective is to operate without unreasonably impairing CSX freight operations.
Yes.
Do you recall there was a discussion you had with Mr. Donahue about whether Norfolk Southern's operations were part of the goals of the group?
Yes.
Well, would you agree with me that this goal seems to indicate that the focus of the Gulf Coast Working Group was on reasonable impairment to CSX freight operations?
As shown here, yes, that's what it states.
Okay. Second point I'd like to make is just to confirm. So the Gulf Coast Working Group at the end recommends a series of projects to accomplish these dual objectives, and those infrastructure projects are set forth later in the report. Correct?
Yes.
And it is Amtrak's position now that you agree with the recommendations from this working group report.
It has been, I mean, Amtrak endorsed the report upon its publication. So it has been Amtrak's position since the publication of the report that we supported this report.
Okay, I just want confirmation that it remains your Amtrak's position at this moment in this litigation that you endorse the recommendations in this report.
Was that a question, or you just wanted to conclude?
Yeah, that was a question. I just like it on the record.
We still endorse the conclusions of this report?
Correct.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then you made the point several times that the report recommends a phasing in or a staging of the infrastructure projects. So I would just like to turn to that portion of the report. Give me a moment to get the page for you. It's towards the end. It's on page 31 of the report. It's actually page 41 of the exhibit. It's entitled 5.12.
Okay, that's one statement of that. I was also referring to the table that appears in table 5.
Got it. So
And
can you,
there's another table as well.
okay, but this is the summary of FRA's recommendations, correct?
Summary of the station infrastructure and other improvement costs. Yes.
Correct. And can you, and it indicates in here that the suggested approach is to first implement the minimum improvements needed to restore service, to be followed by the other investments for additional funding becomes available. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you just testified with Mr. Donahue that Amtrak has received from Congress somewhere in the ballpark of $66 billion in potential funding for infrastructure projects. Isn't that correct?
No, I said Amtrak did not receive the $66 billion. There's a variety of ways in which the IIJA funds comes to Amtrak. Some is Amtrak controlled, some is FRA controlled, some is through discretionary grants. But as Mr. Donahue said, the numbers are in billions.
And that funding has been made available by Congress, subject to certain requirements and loopholes, or not loopholes, sorry, there were certain requirements. I thought that was a Freudian. Certain requirements and prerequisites and going through the appropriate processes. But funding has been made available by Congress for infrastructure projects to promote new passenger service. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I want to turn away from this, the Gulf Coast Working Group, and talk a little bit about the HDR study. And before I actually get into the details of that, Mr. Blair, you testified on direct that HDR was imposed on Amtrak by CSX. Do you recall that testimony?
I don't recall those were my exact words, but CSX wanted to use HDR, and we agreed to use HDR.
So I don't think that was quite your testimony. So you testifying now that this was a joint agreement between the two of you, that it was not CSX that imposed HDR on Amtrak?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't want. I don't want to appear to be contradicting that. The CSX indicated that they wanted to use HDR for the study, and Amtrak agreed that to use HDR, and in doing so, it required us to sole source HDR as the consultant for the work, because CSX indicated they would not agree to share the information that they had shared with HDR previously with another consultant. So we agreed to utilize HDR for the 2020 study.
So, Mr. Blair, are you aware of an email that was written between Mr. Nathan Goldman and your then Stephen Gardner regarding the use of HDR for this purpose?
No, I'm not aware of such a memo.
So this is my opportunity to go into confidential. Unfortunately, Chairman, I'd like to show exhibit CSX Norfolk Southern 360, which is a confidential, it's been labeled confidential by Amtrak. It's the email to which I was referring.
But before we do that, let's see if it's Amtrak's mark. Wait a minute. Where do we don't have it yet.
And Chairman, since I'm not in the room, I would ask if maybe Matt Warren could discuss the confidentiality provisions, because I understand there have been discussions amongst the council during the lunch break to which I was not privy.
Jim, do you and Jesse want to see if you can, if this has to be retained as confidential?
So, Mr. Chairman, we did have a conversation with Amtrak, and I think where the parties came out is at this time, we don't feel like, or Amtrak didn't feel like it could make decisions on whether to pull back the confidentiality on these emails. We know there are some other emails. What we agreed to do is At the close of the record, we'll have a discrete number of emails that have been put in that are confidential, and the parties are going to confer on whether we can withdraw the confidentiality on any of those.
For the moment, we have to go into a confidential session. Is that, Jesse, is that Amtrak's position on this exhibit?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Chair. I have not had the opportunity to fully review this and ensure that that there's nothing in there that is not that can be de-designated. And we agreed, because there were also similar issues with some of the emails that came in from CSX and NS, that the parties would confer on this and to the extent that we can de-designate things.
And Ray, do you have more confidential documents other than this one?
There's one possibility, but it'd be at the very end. I wouldn't be able to do them in sequence. So I'll debate. I'll see if when I get there whether I need it.
Well, it'd be much more efficient to not go back and forth because it takes time and it's disruptive to the public. We can't do them together.
It's really out of context, Chairman. I'll see if I can get there without actually pulling up that document.
All right, it's up to you. I mean, if it's important to your case, proceed as you need to proceed. So we will now go back into confidential session. Matt, send us where we need to go. And by that, it's not an open-ended direction.
Chairman, are we ready to continue? I couldn't hear anything, Chairman, but my apologies.
Yeah, no, you can proceed. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can. Mr. Blair, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So we're just going to go to a familiar page, which is page 11 of the up in the upper right-hand corner. It's actually page 13 of the exhibit. And Scott, it's titled Next Steps and Timeline.
Okay.
So this was in October of 2020, where you were reporting that Amtrak and HDR were going to investigate and propose infrastructure improvements to minimize freight impacts. That's the second bullet.
Yes.
I should have some signal that you can just signal yes, as opposed to having to tap on the mic. I appreciate the delay. So what I'd like to do is explore what actual infrastructure improvements that you and HDR were investigating at the time. So you indicated you agreed to the projects proposed by the Gulf Coast Working Group. Can you tell me if Amtrak and HDR investigated modeling those infrastructure improvements in the RTC model?
There were no improvements identified at this point. This was part of the next steps, as the title slide, or as the title of the slide says.
Yeah, my apologies. What I'm asking is, between October of the date of this report and January, when the project came to an end, did you investigate with HDR the Gulf Coast Working Group suite of projects as potential infrastructure improvements to minimize freight impacts?
No, we did not. We were beginning the evaluation of the first scenario, or the first iteration, as it was termed in the agreements. And we hadn't gotten to the point yet where we were identifying infrastructure, insofar as we hadn't even run the passenger service in that iteration yet. So it wasn't to the point where infrastructure would be recommended, suggested, or analyzed.
Okay, but your next step says that one of the next steps is to investigate and propose infrastructure improvements to minimize freight impacts. Are you saying that at no point in time in the next 3 months did you and HDR investigate any infrastructure improvements to minimize freight impacts?
I don't believe we had gotten to that point at all during the next 3 months. What we had in the next 3 months was we had a series of iterations, some disagreement over metrics with CSX, and we were identifying what scenarios or what iterations we might evaluate. Each one of those would have then triggered the discussion of infrastructure. One of those scenarios would have been the suite of projects identified in the Gulf Coast Working Group report, but that was not the starting point of what we did immediately following this, which was to begin the evaluation of the first future iteration, which was 2 round trips between New Orleans and Mobile. So we just had gotten to the point of designing the passenger service that would operate in the corridor when the agreement expired.
So you said, though, that one of the suite of projects that you would have asked them to look at was from the Gulf Coast Working Group, correct?
The agreements indicated that that scenarios.
I'm sorry that I didn't understand that response. Can you restate it?
The suite of agreements that we had with between Amtrak and the railroads indicated that the future iterations would look at scenarios that were similar or closely aligned to the Gulf Coast Working Group report's suite of projects.
So, for example, you would have proposed to investigate the use of a dedicated station track at Mobile as one of the infrastructure improvements to minimize freight impacts?
That was actually going to be a part of the first iteration that contemplated the twice daily service between New Orleans and Mobile. We didn't get to that point, though, as identifying that as an infrastructure addition, because HDR hadn't gotten that far in the analysis. And then in January, they identified a software glitch that set the model back even further.
So I'll get to that in just a second, but another infrastructure improvement that you would have explored would have been a Gentilly bypass, as was recommended in the Gulf Coast Working Group report.
We didn't get to the point where we were putting infrastructure into the model yet. We were just analyzing.
Mr. Blair, I appreciate that. That's not my question. I'm asking you what you were going to look at. I understand the answer that you didn't look at anything. I'm asking what infrastructure improvements you were proposing to look at had you had more time. So I just want to clarify that it would have included, for example, the Gentilly bypass.
We didn't identify any specific. We all had the copy of the Gulf Coast Working Group report to work with and the suite of projects, all three parties to the agreements. We didn't go to any iterations. We didn't define any iterations at that point as to whether they would include all, some, or any possible subset or even other projects that might be identified at that point. We hadn't gotten to that phase of the process yet.
Okay. So I wasn't planning on touching on the glitch, but I'll mention it just briefly. So you mentioned there was a glitch identified by HDR with the RTC program itself. Can you tell me what that was in? Was that in January or December of 2020 or 2021?
Yeah, I believe it was in January of 2021, very early in January.
Did you hear the testimony from Ms. Hannah Ross about that technical glitch?
Yes, I did. What,
do you recall her? Do you recall her saying that would be a simple, maybe no more than a couple of days to correct the error that had been detected in the software and then reestablish all of the base cases?
Yes, I do remember her saying that. That is not what we understood from HDR, that they estimated the time to be several weeks, and that was not even a firm estimate.
But it was, but their estimate was it would take us just a couple of weeks to fix that problem.
Just a couple of weeks to get back to where we had a base case and a no build case. We still didn't have any of the scenarios or the iterations that we had contemplated doing as part of the analysis. That was the basis of our estimate, or Amtrak's estimate, that it would be 36 or more weeks still of work ahead.
So when you were moving to the next iteration of HDR, that's adding the passenger trains to the no build case. Is that correct? Oh, and the base case?
It would have been that, yes.
Can you describe what, if any, guidance you gave HDR about the priority that the passenger train should be provided in the RTC model when they added them into the modeling?
Carl, we ever gave HDR any guidance on how priority would be established. In fact, my recollection was HDR had mentioned to us on our weekly group calls how they would address priorities.
And you may have just phased out. Did you say they did talk to you on the weekly calls about addressing priority, or they did not?
I seem to recall the HDR model indicating that they would use their normal, or what a typical RTC modeling process for addressing passenger service priorities.
Okay, so I'd like to turn to the concerns that you have about the preference that was afforded the Amtrak trains in the RTC model that's been submitted in this case. So what I heard on your direct is that you object to the limitation that was placed in the RTC model to prevent Amtrak trains from taking sidings in order for the freight trains to traverse over the main line. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the model did permit Amtrak trains to pass each other in accordance with the design of your schedule so that they could take sidings as is necessary to pass each other's operations?
Yes, we talked about that with HDR as to where the trains would meet, what the meet location would be, and the timing of the trains on the route.
And so when you heard that HNTB had done the same thing as HDR was proposing to do, you didn't have any concerns about that feature of the modeling. It was the restriction placed on passenger trains taking sidings so that freight trains could traverse the main line. That was your objection that you stated on direct?
Well, actually, I think I stated that in my verified statement that we had by design anticipated the trains to pass a Claiborne siding.
Right, but I'm talking about not the passenger trains passing each other, but the freight trains. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Blair, are you generally familiar with Amtrak's position that it stated both in Congress and before the STB about the preference that you're afforded by statute and how that affects the ability of railroads to put the passenger trains in the sidings?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Are you aware that Mr. Gardner testified before Congress in 2020 about Amtrak preference and complained to Congress about passenger trains being placed in the sidings so that freight trains could operate on the mainline track?
I am aware of that testimony, yes.
And the concern that's being articulated by Mr. Gardner in those circumstances is that Amtrak is not getting the preference to which it is entitled because the railroads, in your view, are prioritizing the fluidity of the line over the Amtrak trains, correct?
No, I would not characterize it that way. Mr. Gardner's, and I can't speak for Mr. Gardner's comment, but typically our concern is we can be placed in sidings for extended periods of time while multiple trains pass us. They're not moves for, we're not placed in a siding for a movement of efficiency. We're placed in a siding to favor freight operations. That, I believe, is Mr. Gardner's concern.
But when you say for efficiency purposes, are you speaking only of efficiency of the passenger trains? Or is it Amtrak's position that you can put your trains into a siding if it improves the overall efficiency of the line?
Well, I think that would be a bit of a circumstance by circumstance evaluation. The idea fundamentally is that Amtrak trains are not delayed by freight operations. There are many ways, I think, to accomplish that in the observation of preference. Sometimes it could be a faster move for Amtrak to be placed in a siding in order to overtake a freight train or to pass a freight train and coming in an opposing direction. So I'm not sure there is one statement that captures that concept.
So, Mr. Blair, I don't quite understand your overtake point. If you're overtaking a train, how is your going into a siding going to help?
For example, in the Gulf Coast corridor, there's a number of locals that are switching on the main. A siding can be used to pass those trains while they're switching on the main. So technically, I guess not an overtake, but a pass.
Well, that's why I was asking you specifically about an overtake. I'm not as much of an expert, but that's when you're approaching a slow moving train. In that circumstance, you entering into a siding is of no use, correct?
Typically, that would not be helpful, yes.
Okay. So are you also aware that Amtrak has filed lawsuits against, for example, Canadian National before the STB, complaining about the freight trains operating on the main line while the Amtrak trains are located in the sidings?
Yes.
And do you think that is at all inconsistent with your position here that we should be modeling the Gulf Coast service to deliberately put passenger trains into the sidings so that freight trains can traverse the main line?
What I think my position is that the modeling did not, it created what I would call an artificial scenario that didn't reflect what was either in the best interest of Amtrak or the freight operation. And that was my concern that I raised in my verified statement.
Are you aware, Mr. Blair, that the RTC model doesn't optimize a particular move? It optimizes the whole network. So if we permitted the sidings to move in, the passenger trains to move into the sidings, they would do so anytime it improved the freight performance, not the passenger performance.
I'm sorry, can you state that again? I mean, RTC.
That the RTC model optimizes the whole network, the whole fluidity of the line. It does not optimize a particular movement. And so if we had trains, if we permitted the Amtrak trains to go into the sidings, then you would see a number of freight trains traversing the line, the passenger trains in the sidings, in order for the freight trains to move more efficiently, and not the passenger trains. Are you aware of that feature of the RTC model?
Not that specific feature. I mean, I could understand from a dispatch standpoint the concept, but I'm not familiar with the model enough to know that feature. Okay. So, all right. So I'm gonna move off of that, and then I'm gonna come to the Mobile station. So you indicated at the beginning of my little across that you agreed with the recommendations of the Gulf Coast Working Group without any caveats, correct? What do you mean without any caveats?
Well, you said you agreed with their recommendations.
Amtrak has agreed with the recommendations of the Gulf Coast Working Group.
And one of the recommendations of the Gulf Coast Working Group was that before passenger trains started, there was a dedicated track at the Mobile station. Is that correct?
There was a track. That's what FRA had recommended as the layover track in the Gulf Coast Working Group report. That's correct.
And that was considered an essential project. We'll get there.
That was a project that was needed in order to operate twice daily service so that you could turn a train back that would lay over in Mobile during the day.
So have you heard the testimony from Ricky Johnson and the port about the operational complexities of your beginning service in Mobile without a dedicated track at that Mobile station?
Yes, I did hear their concerns.
And the concerns included the fact that you'd be blocking the main line, not just 4 times as you traverse in and then leave, but you actually have to, it's 8 times a day because the trains have to traverse from Mobile back to the Choctaw Yard where you're proposing to have layover facilities. Is that correct?
We had only proposed Choctaw as a temporary layover facility until the downtown layover facility could be constructed. So yes, we understood that would be a deadhead move away from the station platform to Choctaw Yard. And that really replicates the move that the Gulf Coast Limited performed in its 2 different operations in 1985 and 1997.
So Mr. Blair, I actually have a recommendation. I don't think you need to lift up your thumb unless it's hurting you, because my voice, I think, goes over that mic, just in case it will help us with the cross. So let me ask you though, the Gulf Coast Working Group did not recommend Choctaw Yard as a layover facility. It recommended the dedicated stub track at the Mobile station. So in that regard, you're not comporting with what FRA and the Gulf Coast Working Group recommended to Congress.
On a temporary basis, yes, we would prefer to be, to utilize Choctaw. We would prefer to be at the downtown location. And to the extent we're able to make that happen quickly, we would be happy to be there and do that as a first order of business.
So you've known about this requirement since at least, what, 2016? 2018? When did you first become aware that this was an essential requirement for restarting service?
I only knew it from the reports that had previously been provided, but obviously from the publication of the Gulf Coast Working Group report onward.
So at least since 2017, you've known that you needed to have a dedicated track here in order to restart service?
To restart service with a layover in Mobile, that's correct.
And so 5 years has lapsed. How much longer do you anticipate it's going to lapse before you actually have that dedicated track at Mobile?
Well, we're working, we've had some conversations with the city. Again, I would term those as very early conversations with the city about the development of a layover track at the location. That property is currently controlled by the city, although the platform, I believe, is still owned by is still on CSX property. So we would like to develop that as quickly as we can. The Choctaw Yard is only in the event that we can't construct the layover facility at Mobile more quickly than we could construct a temporary layover facility at Choctaw.
So, but you'd agree that, so it took you 7 years, 6 years to begin initial discussions, 5 years, I guess 2017 to now, 5 years to begin initial discussions with the city over the creation of a dedicated track?
No, the property was not owned by the city. I don't believe, I don't know what time it may have been transferred to the city post Katrina. There used to be a CSX station building there. So the property was transferred to the city at some point, I assume post Katrina. The discussions we had, both SRC, I believe, had with the city for several years. There was actually plans in the document that was shared with me today that have been communicated to SRC and to other to the various parties and a number of parties about the development of the station at the downtown location. So it has been something that has been talked about for a number of years. We have not been sitting on that request, but it hasn't progressed.
So just to clarify, so the part of that property is in fact owned by CSX, but they've leased that property to you, isn't that correct?
I don't know that we lease it or whether we just use it under the terms of the operating agreement.
It's my understanding that you lease it. Do you know what the actual term amount is that CSX leased that property to you for?
No, would you confine your remarks to questioning and not
Yep.
testifying?
Yep. Do you know, I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, do you know what the amount of money that CSX demanded from Amtrak in order to lease that line to you?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you say that you're in initial discussions with the town of Mobile. This is the same town of Mobile where the mayor, you saw his testimony, objects to the location of the track in downtown Mobile and would prefer it to be at Berkeley Yard, correct?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Well, this is negotiations with the same mayor whose testimony you have seen in this proceeding, correct?
Hey, hold on, there's an objection. What is the objection?
I'll withdraw and restate the question, Chairman.
All right.
So these are negotiations with the same mayor who has submitted testimony in this case about their views on the proper location of the station track, correct?
These are not discussions with the mayor, they're with the mayor's administration. But yes, they're the discussions with the administration of the city of Mobile, yes.
And what do you propose the board or CSX or Amtrak do if you are unable to secure a dedicated track at the Mobile station?
Do you mean if we're unable to build a layover at the historic station site?
Correct. As was indicated by, as recommended by the Gulf Coast Working Group.
So Amtrak has been willing to store the train at a location of CSX's choosing in Mobile. I think we've identified that, and it was in my several letters to CSX. We would like an order that be permitted to happen. We're willing to work with CSX as to whether or not that is in Choctaw or some other location that might be more easily accessible versus what Choctaw is. But those were two suggestions that we had.
So your suggestion would be as the Choctaw Yard there becomes permanent,
I'm sorry, that the Choctaw Yard,
that the layover at the Choctaw Yard become a permanent location to lay over the trains in lieu of if you cannot secure a dedicated track at Mobile.
not necessarily. We could relocate to another location. There are a number of places where a 400-foot train could be parked. I guess
But do you have a recommendation? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so a little bit of lag. But under any of those circumstances, you'd be blocking the main line of in Mobile 8 times a day. Isn't that correct?
We wouldn't be blocking the line 8 times a day. It would just change the operations. It wouldn't be blocking the line 8 times.
You wouldn't be occupying the line for 8 discrete movements every day?
You're using two terms I think are contradictory. You're saying blocking and moving. If we are on the line, we would be, if we're moving, once we deboard our passengers, the train would then move to a storage location, move directly to that storage location and lay over there until the afternoon.
But for the totality of the time that you're on the line, there's no freight operations that's going to operate over main line 1, correct?
Did you say on main line 1?
Yes, the line to which you're going to be coming into and exiting the station.
For however long we are deboarding passengers, and then for however long it takes us to clear main line 1, then presumably, yes, nothing else is operating on main line 1.
Did you hear testimony from Ricky Johnson that said that as you're going to use Choctaw Yard, you actually have to use main line 2 to get there? Or was there? I can't have the objection if there was one.
No, you have to repeat it, Ray. I can't get on here.
You please repeat the question.
Thank you. Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Ricky Johnson that if you're going to lay over at Choctaw Yard, that you're going to need to traverse main line 2 to get there?
I don't recall that testimony.
Okay. So when it became apparent you were not going to have the dedicated track at Mobile, did you consider any other alternatives to the Choctaw Yard? For example, well, let me pause there. Did you consider any other alternatives rather than just moving forward with the project and put the layover station at Choctaw Yard?
In fact, in my correspondence to CSX, I invited CSX to offer something up that might be feasible if Choctaw was unattractive to them.
Well, my question is did you analyze any other alternative?
Yes, we did.
And what were they?
We looked at industrial sidings all in the Mobile area.
Did you explore the possibility of moving the station temporarily to over to Berkeley instead of Mobile so that you're not blocking the main line for a sustained period of time?
You mean Berkeley?
Yep.
Yeah, there is no station facility there. There's no platform there. There is no parking there. Yes, that in fact was one of the iterations that we intended to run as a part of the modeling. But there is no infrastructure there. All of that would have to be built, whereas the current platform merely needed rehabilitation. So,
Mr. Blair, and I know you were asked this question about cost benefit analysis. I couldn't quite hear it previously, but did you, when you were designing this service, and we're going to have it land in downtown Mobile as opposed to at the airport. Did you do any cost benefit analysis of the difference between those two locations to the overall success of the line?
No, I'm not aware Amtrak ever evaluated any ridership impacts related to locating the station in Brookley Field. And we typically don't do cost benefit analyses ourselves. We may cooperate with our state sponsor of the service for them to do a cost benefit analysis.
Okay. And I know there was a lot of testimony previously about ridership studies. So I'm going to ask to show you exhibit Norfolk Southern, CSX Norfolk Southern 167, which is, although it says confidential on it, it was redesignated public by Amtrak in the fall of this year. So if you could just take a moment to familiarize yourself with that, Mr. Blair, I don't mean to rush you.
I presume there's one line in particular you'd like me to look at here.
You'll see the Gulf Coast one, but honestly, I'd like you to look at the totality of the document, not just its 2022 ridership projections, but you'll see that it's a 5-year. So there's 2003, there's 2004. I think there's a typo when the 2004 is repeated. I think that's 2025 and then 2026.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Blair, have you seen this type of document before?
I don't recall. I may have seen, I've seen 5-year plans before, but I don't recall this specific table.
Right, but does this appear to be a Amtrak 5-year ridership projection for all of the services that you offer, both the state-supported routes and the long-distance services?
Yes, that appears to be what it is.
Is it customary for Amtrak to do 5-year ridership projections as part of its ordinary course of business? I can't hear you, unfortunately, Mr. Blair. Oh, there you go.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Have you seen these documents as part of your role at Amtrak?
I don't know that I've seen a 5-year ridership projection before, but it wouldn't be something I would be necessarily looking at in the ordinary course of business.
Okay. So Chairman, we've been using exhibits just as on cross, but I'd like to actually introduce this exhibit into the record. It was a ridership projection provided by Amtrak in Discovery. So it's a document they produced in Discovery. It shows the ridership for all of their various lines over the course of 5 years. And we'd like it in the record so that we can refer to it in closing.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
And thank you. So Mr. Blair, just one last question then. You'll see that on 2022 ridership projections, you've got one for Gulf Coast. It's in the state-supported subsection. It's about 4th from the bottom.
Yes, I see that. Thank you.
Now, do you have any reason to believe that that's not the Gulf Coast service that we're talking about here today?
I don't know what it refers to, but it's entirely possible that it refers to the service that we have proposed here today. But I can't confirm that.
So, Mr. Blair, is there another Gulf Coast service that Amtrak currently operates?
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean it that way. I mean that I don't know what assumptions were based in this projection. This was a fiscal, or this was a a fiscal year 21 plan that projected fiscal 22 ridership. So I don't know whether the proposed service that we have brought before the board is consistent with a plan that was developed in 2021.
Okay, so I understand you don't know necessarily all the assumptions. I just want to confirm that there's not multiple Gulf Coast state-supported routes. There's just this one, correct?
This is the route that we refer to as the Gulf Coast service.
Thank you. And what you're projecting for 2022 is 24,300 riders per year?
I would assume that's the case, since it lists a fiscal 22 ridership projection, and each year has its own all the way up to 2026, where Gulf Coast shows a 65,000 riders.
Yep. Okay, I just want to make sure I've got all the numbers right. And then if you look off into the very last column, which is the allocated contribution or loss per rider, you're projecting that each rider will lose $336 per rider in the first year. Is that correct?
Well, I assume this was the first year of operations. I can't confirm that again, but I assume this was projected as the first year of operations. But then, yes, I see it declines over the years.
Yep, understood. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ray. Off the record for a moment. Court reporter, are you okay? Okay, we'll go for 15 minutes and everybody will get it right. Mr. Blair, I'm going to ask you to move over one seat and see if that microphone works better. Have to press my button. In the Gulf Coast Working Group report, which was Joint Exhibit 1B, to page Bates number 33, page 23 of the report. No better, huh? Oh, it's me, I think. All right, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the graph, it says, developing this list into an implementation plan that finalizes how proposed improvements will be advanced will require additional operations analysis and discussions among CSX. Do you have an understanding of what kind of operations analysis this is referring to?
I don't know specifically what operations analysis was referred to in this context, but I presume it's similar to the kinds of discussions that we have with CSX or any other railroad on a routine basis, where we talk about what may need to be done to improve Amtrak performance. So it would be, our train is proposed to operate at this point, your train operates at that point. If I move 15 minutes and you move 15 minutes, we'll stay out of each other's way. That's a real example we had with CSX that we worked with. Or we look at, where we have recovery time in the schedule so that we can make our trains avoid each other as much as possible.
Well, was it your understanding that in deciding, on how to move forward with reinstating the Gulf Coast service, that an operations analysis would be undertaken to minimize the interference between passenger and freight?
It was my understanding that that's what we were going to do as our next step, which is why we did the outreach or why Mr. Anderson did the outreach in 2018 to try and begin the evaluation with CSX again. So that was the next step that we were trying to take, was an operations analysis, which in that case was utilizing the RTC model.
Well, the thing I find confusing is that if I look at Exhibit 7G, which was all three of your agreements involving the RTC study, let me just identify them. One is the RTC study agreement. You testified about these earlier. I think you were one of the signatories. And then there was the data sharing agreement. And I think there's a third agreement in there. There's a letter agreement towards the end. You know the exhibit I'm talking about. In the RTC study agreement, in paragraph 3, it says that 3C says no future iteration shall include changes to NSR freight operations other than freight traffic growth, and no future iteration shall include changes in projected NSR freight traffic growth. Any changes to CSXT's freight operation shall require the approval of CSXT in its sole discretion, such approval not to be unreasonably withheld, et cetera. Here's that in the RTC study agreement, which Amtrak signed with your signature, you were planning, at least if not to do operations analyses, there were some hurdles put forward before the RTC studier could do operations analyses. Is that the way this contract reads, as you understand it?
Yes, we were limited in what we were able to analyze based on the agreements.
Well, let me ask this question. You in the Gulf Coast Working Group study, and you repeated that language in your verified statement in this case that we just read from the working group study about an operations analysis. It was your view then that an operations analysis needed to be done, but then when you got to the RTC study, it appears that the agreement says, no, we're not going to allow operations analyses. Is that correct?
It certainly limited what kinds of operations analysis we could conduct. The agreements did the amount of the types of operations analysis that we could conduct.
Is that limitation something that the railroads requested and you assented to?
It was something that the railroads insisted on that we assented to, yes.
Well, you said before that Amtrak has used RTC modeling itself. When Amtrak does RTC modeling, does it include operational changes to see if you can improve the fluidity of a line with operational changes as distinguished from infrastructure changes?
Yes, in fact, that's mostly what we do, where we have the tight tolerances between Amtrak and commuter agencies. It's often a case of moving, a train just a few minutes one way or another to provide a window for another train to operate. So sometimes that requires RTC analysis. Sometimes it can just be done by utilizing comparative schedules. But most of the work that we do on the Northeast Corridor is very tight tolerance work, and most of it is operational in nature.
Track reached the conclusion that it supported the working group recommendation of roughly $100 million in infrastructure. Was it Amtrak's understanding that would be taxpayer money if that's how these projects were to be built?
Yes. Yes. For state-supported services, Amtrak typically works with the states, leveraging federal dollars for infrastructure investment. So when the Gulf Coast Working Group report was developed, and even the prior study that Member Fuchs had mentioned earlier, Amtrak contemplated that there would be a series of infrastructure projects phased in over time, each one with a federal cost benefit or a federal grant through a federal grant program with a cost benefit analysis, or some portfolio of projects through a federal grant program with a cost benefit analysis. That's very similar to, again, to what we do in routes all over the country, is identifying improvements that can improve intercity passenger rail service reliability, reduce trip time, is identify a series of projects that can be candidates for a federal grant program that produce independent benefits.
Preliminarily, Amtrak supported the idea of $100 million in expenditures for the Gulf Coast line. Even if you were going to await sort of refining, I gather what you're really saying is refining the cost benefits for each project as time went on. Is that a way to understand it?
Well, I think both Amtrak's letter to Administrator Feinberg and Amtrak's comment, which ultimately became comments to the Gulf Coast Working Group report, they contemplated a phase-in approach, which typically aligns with the federal grant programs that are typically annually authorized, or in the case of IIJA, it's been a little different as a 5-year authorization. But projects are identified, progressive series of projects are identified, and progressive investments are made on corridors to improve Amtrak intercity performance. The Gulf Coast Working Group aligned with Amtrak's own analysis that also included a phased approach, included many of the same projects that were in the Gulf Coast Working Group report. And again, this was not something I was involved with, but I can track the correspondence and the communications. So it didn't seem it seemed as though we had triangulated on a common number and several common investments on the corridor, both between the Amtrak analysis and FRA's analysis in the Gulf Coast Working Group report.
Well, you wouldn't, I assume it's fair to say that Amtrak wouldn't have come out with any kind of positive support of spending $100 million on infrastructure, whether it was immediately or phased in, if you didn't think the line needed that kind of infrastructure investment, or at least in that ballpark. Would that be fair?
That would be fair, yes.
And was the reason, so when you say phased in, I've missed over which, other than the initial station track, the rest of the projects would be built. Is that spelled out somewhere, anywhere?
I believe it's in section 7 of the Gulf Coast Working Group report. Table 7 on Bates page 42. 5-year funding plan identified for the improvements.
And 5-year time frame arrived at?
For the grant program, how much money might be available in each year's worth of a CRISI program or Fed State Partnerships program as far as funding.
So it has to do with when funding is available and not when any of the projects that will be built in each of those 5 years will affect freight or passenger operations.
Well, it's both. We have the opportunity to bundle projects, to recognize high priority projects. In fact, the SRC's work with Amtrak in identifying high priority projects was the genesis of the $66 million that was awarded to SRC for infrastructure improvements on the Gulf Coast. So there's an opportunity to bundle projects, but the larger the portfolio of projects, sometimes the more difficult to get it funded through the federal grant program. You can't have too big a project representing too much of the grant monies available. So we are always trying to navigate what is the appropriate size of the grant and the need, and when those needs would be most effectively implemented.
I have more questions on that, but I think they may be directed to your capacity study witness who's coming in after you, I think. I want to get to this question about the data.
Marty,
Yeah,
can I follow up on this?
yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just wait. You mentioned that the schedule of funds is at least partially related to availability of funds. When the Gulf Coast Working Group report was drafted, how much money was available within CRISI? And maybe even you could point to a ballpark of its authorized level as well.
That's a good question. I don't know what was identified in section 5 of the Gulf Coast Working Group report. Was they identified several programs with amounts that were available as of those dates. So it identifies CRISI as $68 million for fiscal year 17. Restoration enhancement grants, which are operating expenses, was $5 million for 2017. The current amount for restoration enhancement is $250 million. So we're dealing with a much bigger opportunity now.
And the IIJA appropriate and authorize for CRISI?
I believe it's $6 billion.
And so if the schedule of projects was at least partially affected by the availability of funds, and the availability of funds has substantially changed, does that change your assessment of the schedule of projects?
That's possible if there's a need for the projects in the near term. That does change the opportunity for funding.
That would suggest that their benefit to cost ratio would change substantially in years 3, 4, or 5 compared to before services started.
I'm not sure I would agree with that, but because traffic has changed and CSX's operating practices have changed significantly even since the period of the Gulf Coast Working Group.
The projects here no longer have benefits that exceed costs.
From the list that I recall, I can't think of any that would not still have a positive BCA.
Maybe backing out, do you agree with the general assessment that CSX did not evaluate the benefits of any project benefits, say, for example, in terms of mitigating freight delay, compared to a project's costs? And do you agree with Mr. Crawley's assessment that such an analysis would have been helpful for shedding light on what's reasonable?
Sorry to ask you a few complicated questions or two-part questions.
We'll take it one at a time. So you agree that CSX didn't evaluate?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Mr. Crawley testified that such an analysis would be helpful, integral. Do you agree that it would shed light on the reasonableness of a project?
Well, I think, and I can't speak for Mr. Crowley, but I think, it's a part of the evaluation as to what is the lowest cost solution to satisfy the need or satisfy the condition that is presented in the operational conflict, let's say. I noted in the Gulf Coast Working Group report, a number of the issues were speeding up operations through sidings. And that was not something that seemed to be given much credibility in the latest RTC modeling. It may be as a result of changes in CSX's operating plan, changes in train length, but typically our modelers, and I'm sure CSX's as well, and if they're looking in their own business, are looking at what's the lowest cost solution to solve the problem that I can find.
But you would agree that it would not be reasonable to order an infrastructure project that has costs that exceed whatever its benefits are?
Well, I think, we do entertain projects like that when they have a safety benefit, typically, but not otherwise. We're typically looking for a BCA that's positive.
Unless there's a safety benefit. Okay. It would be reasonableness is the benefits that exceed costs. So kind of moving to the matter at hand, you had stated that Amtrak has not conducted a cost benefit analysis of this service. Bearing in mind your statement prior about reasonableness being tied to benefits and costs, would it be reasonable would it be fair for the board to consider the reasonableness of the impediment by comparing the cost to the freight network versus the benefits of the passenger service? All including the costs on the freight network versus the benefits of the passenger service.
Well, the statutory structure under which the case was brought, I don't know that it really calls for that, but certainly the board has broad powers to consider what it needs to in making a decision in that context.
Assessment in thinking about, let's say, for example, impediments to Amtrak's network, if Amtrak were to add trains, that looking at the costs that are imposed by the service compared to the benefits that are achieved by the service, broadly speaking, makes sense for whether or not causing that impediment is worth whatever you're getting.
And I guess the question is, what are you getting? I mean, if we're talking about the benefits side, I mean, Amtrak in conjunction with the Amtrak Connexus Vision published some statistics or some data on the primary and secondary benefits of intercity passenger rail in the various markets that we propose to enter into. That would be presumably part of any cost benefit calculation as well. And if we would probably further refine those as we look at each service. In looking at a cost benefit analysis, typically you want to look at all of the costs and all of the benefits in the evaluation.
Right. Yeah, that's all just wrap up here. And that's on the benefit side. And then on the cost side. Board could look at the cost to, say, freight shippers in terms of delayed transit times, missed switches, and that sort of thing, and take a look at the cost of freight and compare the two.
I think that's certainly a reasonable way to look at it, but in the same vein as infrastructure, oftentimes operational changes, just like we do on the Northeast Corridor to adjust for commuter operations, can be done at little or no cost to our passengers or commuter partners.
All right, we're going to take a break. It's 4:05. We'll be back at 4:15. Got enough for you, Ms. Reporter? Okay. Sorry, Matt, are we, do we need you to turn us on?
Back on.
Chip. Is the recording started? Okay, Karen Heddle had questions with Mr. Blair, and then I have a few more.
If you have requested that the board order the railroads to allow you access to run your 4 trains a day with initially without any additional infrastructure other than the station improvements that you contemplate, is that correct?
I don't know if you're on.
Am I on? Can you hear me now? I'll pull it closer.
There you go.
Usually no one has problems hearing me. Let me repeat. In this proceeding, Amtrak is asking the board for an order that you be allowed to run on the Gulf Coast initially without any additional infrastructure other than the improvements to stations that you're already contemplating. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the runtime between New Orleans and Mobile that contemplates?
We've proposed a schedule of 3 hours and 23 minutes.
What priority for Amtrak trains does that contemplate?
That contemplates receiving the statutory preference.
Conflict between you and a freight train, the freight trains would have to give way.
That, I guess, question. So I guess, you know, we when we tender our trains to the railroads for dispatching across the railroad, we assume they will honor the statutory preference. And that's what we assume typically in designing our schedules. So I think that contemplates that we will not be delayed by schedule versus what we have proposed by freight operations.
What would your runtime be once all the infrastructure is built?
We proposed the 3 hours and 23 minutes. The infrastructure that was contemplated in the Gulf Coast Working Group report that we saw fundamentally only speeded up operations in, through, and out of sidings. We'd have to evaluate how much time we could take out based on, you know, again, operational analysis, looking at the service over time. That's typically, again, how we do it on routes around the country. If there's time that we find we're waiting, excess time in the schedule, we'll propose to take it out to reduce the trip time.
Why would you be taking sidings?
Well, or if we're not taking a siding, it allows the freight trains to clear up faster. Those were the two identified benefits in the Gulf Coast Working Group report about the speed increases and the larger turnout radius that were proposed as two of the investments. The third major investment besides the Gentilly Yard bypass was also the lengthening of a siding to allow certain switching to take place off of the line. And again, the presumption is that will reduce a conflict that may allow us to reduce trip time over time.
But are you saying that you've described the infrastructure improvements as improving Amtrak service. You haven't described it in terms of reducing delays to the freight railroads.
I guess I'll perhaps to clarify, it allows freight operations perhaps to move more quickly when Amtrak's operations are also on the line. So a For example, the larger radius turnouts or the speeds, increasing the speeds and sidings allows trains to clear up faster for an Amtrak operation and then allows them to get back on the main line faster. So it perhaps speeds up the operation of the freight train that may have otherwise been impacted by the Amtrak operation by going into a siding.
So it's your position that the delays to the freight network by having to take sidings to let Amtrak go through from day one does not constitute a substantial impairment, significant impairment, whatever the magic words are, to freight service. Is that correct?
You mean the unreasonable impairment? Yeah. Yes, our position is that the impact of the trains that we had proposed to operate would not create an unreasonable impairment for the freight operations on the Gulf Coast line.
For your service?
They would both increase the reliability of the service and potentially reduce the trip time. So those are the two things that we see as potential benefits of the programs or the program of improvements that were recommended in the FRA report. And again, I think those are two things that FRA had specifically cited as the benefits of those investments. For example, so
reliable or vary in reliability if the freight trains are always getting out of the way.
It's just a function of clearing up. So for example, if an Amtrak train is approaching and a freight train is moving into a siding, the speed with which they move into that siding could cause a delay to the Amtrak train as it is approaching. So it might get a restricting signal or a less than favorable signal until the train is cleared up.
You are assuming that Amtrak will take delays initially that it won't have to take once the infrastructure is built.
That's our expectation. And we've tried to allow for that in a longer trip time than Amtrak had previously contemplated on the route that could then be reduced over time.
Two.
Current schedule is 3 hours and 23 minutes. The previous schedule was 3 hours and 10 minutes, I believe, the Amtrak operated on the corridor with the Gulf Coast Limited.
About
Potentially a 10-minute reduction in trip time. That's all right. Yes, potentially a 10-minute trip time over 3 hours. The other things that were not contemplated in the FRA's report that we would want to look at would be increased speeds on the corridor. So could we operate at something above 79 miles an hour to reduce the trip time further? While the service 3 hours and 23 minutes is competitive vis-a-vis peak service driving time at about 2 hours and 45 minutes, unobstructed driving time is lower. And so while we're proposing to operate these trains during peak hours, and that's typically our most competitive time versus driving, if we were to add service over time later, we would be operating at times when the highways are less congested and we might need a lower trip time in order to be competitive. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Blair, just to follow up on that point, and maybe I missed something. The place that we were just looking at the Gulf Coast Working Group study on page 23 in section 4.5.2.3 says the proposed improvements, quote, will help rail freight services as well as accommodate the passenger service. So isn't it the position of the Gulf Coast Working Group, supported by Amtrak, that at least $100 million in infrastructure was to, quote, help the rail freight services?
Yes, there would be incidental benefits to freight operations if trains are able to meet and pass more quickly than they do today. In addition, the longer sidings are potentially able to meet longer trains that currently can't meet on the route today. So we saw those benefits as being helpful also to freight operations. In addition, the speeds that were contemplated on the bridges or the improvements to the miter rails would also potentially speed up operations across the line for all trains, not just passenger trains.
All right, I want to switch now to.
Just on this point, the key point, though, is that it is possible to quantify effects on freight service.
I believe, yes, it can be quantified.
Bear with me for a moment here. I want to get to this question of Amtrak's access or lack thereof to data. And I don't want to go back through all of, there's been plenty of discussion and showing of exhibits to you and the railroad's witnesses about the back and forth about who agreed to what. It was pretty clear, as I understand it, to you, Mr. Blair, by the time Amtrak filed this case, which was a little over a year ago, that at that time, Amtrak did not have the data it now says it needed to validate and replicate the RTC study, which has been filed in this case. Is that where you were as of a little over a year ago?
So the data request you're asking about is whether Amtrak received sufficient data to conduct its own RTC modeling effort? Or are you talking about the 2020 study and the data concerns that we had there about transparency?
Understand it, the data concerns have translated from then all the way up to the present. In other words, you couldn't get the data you wanted, and therefore you didn't renew the HDR study at the beginning of 2020. Amtrak then decided to file this case. The railroads then went off and did their own RTC study without Amtrak's participation. And now Amtrak's position in this case has been, because you didn't get the same data that you were looking for back in 2020, based on the way the data was produced to Amtrak in this case, you don't have enough data to validate, I think is Mr. Crowley's phraseology, the RTC study done by Mr. Dingler. Nor did it allow you to do your own RTC study in connection with this case. Is that a way to understand Amtrak's position?
Well, I'm not permitted to see that data as an employee of Amtrak, so I can't speak to whether or not there was sufficient data or not. What my understanding from outside counsel and from the folks at L.E. Peabody was that they did not have sufficient data in the information that they received from NS and CSX to create an RTC model.
And you accepted that report, and that's the information you've been operating on in preparing this case, that your experts don't have all the data they need. You don't question that, correct?
Oh, I questioned that to the extent of asking Amtrak's in-house RTC modeler whether or not what information we felt we needed and then shared that with outside counsel to see whether we had all the pieces in order to conduct that kind of a study. And the both came back to suggest we did not have sufficient data to independently perform an RTC analysis.
Well, you knew, and that didn't happen until after you got the RTC study, after this case started, right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
All right, but you knew when the case was filed, loggerheads with the railroads by the end of 2020, which led to the termination of the HDR study.
Yes.
Based on your dealings and your awareness of the dealings between Amtrak and the railroads at the time the HDR study was going on, would it be fair to conclude that once you filed this case, without some effort, you didn't think the railroads were going to give you access to the same data they refused to give you access to the year earlier? Would that be a fair understanding of what your knowledge was?
Yes, I would. I presumed that. I don't know that I articulated that, but I presume that we would not miraculously be given all of the data once we had filed that we never got in the years prior.
Not a lawyer, maybe you are a lawyer, but you're certainly not a lawyer in this case. Hopefully you're not a lawyer. There's way too many lawyers in this room, including some up here. But you've been involved enough with Amtrak cases to know that at least in front of the board, there is a discovery process in which as a party, through your lawyers, you can ask for data.
Yes, sir.
So were you any part of a decision as to whether, when this case began, to, through the discovery process, demand, as you could, or at least ask for all of this data that you have been deprived of since going back to the HDR study?
I mean, I don't know that I can share that without being part of the discussion I had with counsel.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest these questions might be better directed at council in terms of, I think things are getting a little bit confused between what was available through the discovery process, and Mr. Blair was, of course, not intimately involved in that.
All right, well, and I don't want to infringe on attorney-client privilege, which I assume you would concur with what Mr. Blair just said.
Yes, and to the extent that that we had discussions, I don't think he should be testifying to the substance of attorney-client discussions.
No, agreed. Well, let me just say, for the record, I don't want to divert now because I want to finish with Mr. Blair's testimony as much as possible. But there's been a lot of discussion in this case about lack of access to data and a number of witnesses and in verified statements. And I thought it was in Mr. Blair's statement, but it might have been one of your other witnesses who said, well, the discovery schedule that was set by the board after the parties proposed one was too short to get the discovery that was needed. No one ever came in here and said, we need more time to get the discovery we need. We still don't have the data and we can't do anything without the data. And that is something I'd like somebody to enlighten the board on as to Amtrak's decision-making to not fight for data through discovery and then come in here and say, we don't have the data because we didn't have enough time for discovery. But you don't have to, I don't want to detract from getting Mr. Blair out of here. It's something I certainly want to be enlightened on. Although I don't know that it ultimately affects the decision in this case. It's been raised so many times that I find it quizzical at best as to why we got into this situation.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to address that either in closing or in a filing with the board to explain exactly how this all transpired.
All right, well, we'll allow you at some point to enlighten us, and the other side, of course, can respond. Here's a couple of questions that may be a little bit out of disjointed, but I'm just trying to get through based on my notes. In the document that was Exhibit 319 that you testified about, there was this quote that FRA has indicated that the lack of transparency in the current Gulf Coast study will make its results unusable for discretionary grant applications. You remember that statement?
Yes.
So do I understand, at least from your understanding of grant applications, very data that CSX and NS have so far declined to provide to Amtrak would disable both Amtrak and the railroads getting their hands on this pot of federal money that everybody's talking about to build these infrastructure projects?
Yes, that's exactly what we were concerned about. Although I must say the IIJA was not contemplated when we were in the midst of the study, but we were concerned that without the transparency of the data and the transparency of the analysis, that FRA would not be willing to award grant funds for the projects, even the projects that were identified in the Gulf Coast Working Group report.
Ever go back to the railroads at any time up until this morning and say, look, you want $520 million. We don't know if that's the right amount. We don't agree. But if you want anything, we have to have the data or there won't be that money. Have you ever said that to the railroads?
Yes, we did. In fact, that was the significant part of the discussion we had in August of 2020 or 2021. No, I'm sorry, 2020, where we said, if unless we have a transparent process that FRA can verify, that was then it's not usable for us for purposes of grant funding. So it was a part of the discussion that we had with the railroads and a concern that we raised several times over the course of the discussion that didn't seem to be convincing to them that that should cause a change in behavior.
Specifically at the railroads that you say that to, that we need to get this data if we're ever going to get the funding necessary to build whatever structure you claim is necessary.
So the regular participants in our call for CSX, I'll try and remember the names, John Patelli, Andy Daly, Marco Tura, Hannah Ross, the regular attendees for Norfolk Southern, John Edwards, Holly Cannon, oftentimes Michael Williams, also from their modeling group. That's about all I can recall from those two participants. Then we had participants from Senate Commerce, from FRA, and Amtrak. Mhm.
And you're saying that in essence, that every step of the way, the railroads don't care whether we can get the funding or not, we're not giving you the data? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that when we expressed that as a concern, that did not change their inclination, or that did not change their behavior to give us the data. But that was really that was mostly in that August timeframe when the letter or the update for the Senator Wicker briefing and my letter went out to the hosts.
Without saying it, they didn't have to say it. They just didn't give you the data, is what you're saying.
Yes.
There was some reference in your there we go. You talked in your verified statement about wanting to model the 2019 case. There were parts of the 2019 case that you wanted HDR to model that you couldn't get agreement on. But let me ask this question. you received in this case in discovery, the so-called Dingler, can't remember the name of the firm now, RTC studies, both the original one and the rebuttal. Correct?
Okay, again, I was not able to view that data under the protective order.
Received the studies.
Standing that Amtrak counsel received the studies and whatever work papers were attendant to that.
And did I understand you earlier to say that you have worked in the past in other cases with the Amtrak RTC modelers?
I've worked with the Amtrak RTC modelers in the application of RTC modeling or RTC knowledge on host railroad properties. We typically, our group doesn't get involved in a lot of the Northeast Corridor initiatives because we typically work with the off Northeast Corridor operations of Amtrak and only with the freight railroads that operate on the Northeast Corridor. But yes, we have engaged Amtrak's RTC modelers to look at various aspects of host railroad infrastructure investments or routes, or even just calculating trip times for new services using RTC modeling.
So you personally have some idea or some familiarity with what RTC modelers can do with this software? Be fair?
Yes. Let's say some familiarity is fair.
Well, here's the question. Did you ever go to the RTC modelers in Amtrak after the RTC study was produced in this case, even though you personally couldn't see it, and suggest to them that they accept, for at least the sake of exploration, the RTC study with all those inputs that you didn't get the raw data for, and work with that model, for example, to see what would happen if you put in all the FRA infrastructure projects into the 2019 case. They produced a 2039 case with the RTC infrastructure, but they didn't produce a 2019 case. And you've talked before about whether you agreed or didn't agree to a 20-year projection. Did you go to the Amtrak RTC modelers and say, let's put the FRA infrastructure in on the 2019 case and see what that $100 million does for the alleged freight delay that they say has to require $440 million to spend? Did you ask him to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe all of the RTC modeling data was marked as highly confidential, so no Amtrak people were permitted to look at it.
You're saying even the Amtrak RTC modelers couldn't look at the actual data and study that was produced by the railroads?
They could look published as the reports that were issued in as public documents, but they were not permitted to look at highly confidential information.
Saying they couldn't load the RTC results from Mr. Dingler onto the Amtrak computers and then massage it, change things around?
It's my understanding they could not.
So then I take it Amtrak couldn't put in operational change. We'll see what they would do to the delay times either.
That's correct. We didn't have a model to run scenarios off of, a live model to run scenarios off of.
And I'm assuming I ask if you entertain the idea of coming to the board and asking to lift some of those restrictions so that RTC could massage it. We're getting into attorney-client again.
Yes.
Do that, but it's something that maybe Jesse can address later.
Mr. Chair, we did file a motion with the board and the board denied it.
Well, okay. Go back and take a look at that. Of the 80% versus 95% on time issue that was raised in the RTC study, I wonder if you could explain. I noticed there's a footnote in your statement that says you built in a much more recovery time, 22% and 23% of the total runtime as compared to the normal recovery time in your schedules of 8 to 10%. You recall that footnote?
I do.
Enlighten us a little bit about how that relates to achieving an 80% on time versus the 95%.
Customer on-time performance measures the number of passengers that deboard at their destinations within 15 minutes of their scheduled arrival. The way in which Amtrak constructs a schedule is typically usually of three primary components. So we have a pure run time, which is the unobstructed running time between 2 points, A and B, we'll call them. Second is the amount of dwell time that I actually have to spend deboarding or loading passengers. But then what's left is recovery time, which is what time do we add to the schedule for delays that do occur in transit, whether they be Amtrak delays or host delays or third-party delays, and still have the train on time. So typically our scheduling folks will consider a train schedule to be efficient if it has between 5, 8, 10% of recovery time, and that's a percentage of the pure running time. So if it takes 100 minutes to get from A to B, 10% recovery time is 10 minutes or 10% of that pure running time is 10 minutes. So you add 10 minutes to the schedule for recovery time. That we typically spread out to make the most number of passengers arrive at their destinations on time. So you place the recovery time in advance of where the customers are getting off so that they can get off at their deboarding station on time. In the case of the Gulf Coast analysis, we used 22%, which would be 22 minutes per 100 minutes, let's say, of schedule as recovery time, which made the schedule longer, which helped to explain why the difference between the old schedule at 3 minutes or 3 hours and 10 minutes and the current proposed schedule at 3 hours and 23 minutes. So it made the schedule longer, but it also created the potential for more customers to be getting off on time if they incurred delays in transit. So we proposed the longer schedule. The railroads had expressed a concern about the number of issues that they confronted on this route. And we talked to them about that and tried to determine to what degree those might impact the operation of the train. And we proposed a slightly longer schedule than the historical schedule by adding additional recovery time.
So to the layman's ears, you're saying Amtrak agreed to allow 3 hours and 23 minutes to go 144 miles. Seems fairly slow to me. But by doing that, it made it much easier to achieve an 80% on-time performance from the railroad's point of view.
Hoped that that was going to be the outcome. And when we tested the schedule with HDR, it proved out to be a pretty successful schedule for purposes of on-time performance. But that was what we proposed based on the railroad's concerns that they would confront a lot of issues in transporting our train across the line.
There was a lot of discussion about Amtrak's testimony to Congress and so forth about not moving Amtrak trains onto sidings. To your knowledge, in connection with any of the studies or efforts to reinstate the Gulf Coast service, did Amtrak ever tell either railroad not to do any study which would put Amtrak into a siding?
That instruction ever being given to HDR or to the railroads.
Action with the Dingler study?
We input to the parameters or assumptions of the Dingler study.
To this question of the station track. As I've tried to follow the diagrams and testimony that came in from the port and from others, if you had a station track alongside tracks 1 and 2 in downtown Mobile, where you could park the train. Comes into the station, it goes onto the station track, and it sits there for however long it's going to sit there before it goes back. That's one option. If you don't have that station track, once the train unloads, you got to go back on line 1. Some suggestion you have to cross over to line 2 and get into Choctaw Yard and let the train sit there till it's ready to go back to New Orleans. Then it's got to go back up to Mobile, board the people, and then head south to New Orleans. Those are the two options we're talking about.
That is either the downtown station option or the Choctaw. Yes, we've been willing to explore other options if there are things that CSX would propose or the port that might be less disruptive to their operations if they feel that is. But that's not an unusual operation for us. Most of our layover tracks are not necessarily located at a station. So we often deboard passengers, move to a layover track, move back to board passengers in the afternoon, and then depart.
In terms of utilizing or using up space on the CSX tracks, which the port says that it also has to use. Unless I misunderstand the physical drawings here, it would seem that if you had a station track, you're going to have Amtrak trains are going to be on the main lines for much less time than if they have to go back and forth to Choctaw Yard each time they have a run. Would that be an accurate way to understand it?
Yes, and that's why we favored that approach as well, not just because it gets us off the main line quicker, but because we don't have the time to reposition the train in our crew costs as well. So this allows us to just pull off of the main, pull onto the siding, and the train doesn't move then again until the afternoon. So it's a more efficient operation for us. And it sounded like both the port and CSX thought it would be a more efficient operation for them as well.
Trying to understand the concerns of the city of Mobile as voiced by its mayor at the public session here. And I don't want you to get into the mind of the mayor, nor do I, but just trying to understand the logic of it. If you were concerned about minimizing impact on the port from the point of view of the economy of the city of Mobile, which we've been told the port is very important to, and the state of Alabama, you would prefer the choice of building the station track on city property rather than having your trains go back and forth to Choctaw or some other place that required them to use the main line. Would you not?
I would think that would be a better alternative for the cities and the port's operation as well. Yes.
All right, I think that was all I had. Check my notes while you're here, but thank you, Mr. Blair. Appreciate it. Jesse, redirect. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have questions? I'm sorry, Robert, didn't mean to.
I'm actually in the room now, so it's good.
You can hit me over the head.
Sorry, Patrick put me next to you.
Yeah.
Mr. Blair, I'll try to be as brief as possible. So your name is on, you signed the RTC agreement, is that correct? On behalf of Amtrak. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta let go.
Yes, I did.
Can you just tell me your role in the study agreement? Were you the chief negotiator for that agreement?
Yes, I was Amtrak's highest ranking negotiator. Kyle Montgomery and my group also participated in the negotiations, and our Amtrak internal counsel.
And so, you know, with you signing the agreement, I guess, would it be my understanding that at the time you had no problem with the agreement?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I guess I would say that was the best agreement that we thought we could get to progress the analysis. The Gulf Coast Working Group report suggested a series of next steps. Amtrak undertook to complete all of those next steps on the corridor, and that was one of those steps was to continue refining the analysis. So that's what we attempted to do, but it was a very hard and a long negotiation just to get to those agreements.
what were some of the things that you wanted in the agreement that weren't contained in the agreement?
Well, I think first of all, we thought even where the language indicated a certain level of good faith communications and good faith sharing of information, we didn't get that. But with respect to the agreements itself, we had a long negotiation over string lines, which I think is evidenced both in my verified statement where we talked about the heat maps and string lines. We did not get track charts to understand grade curvature issues, which CSX had previously shared in the prior study. The limitations on looking at operational changes to moving trains were things that we thought were constraints that were difficult to get with or to work with. But we did have the ability to look at the lift bridges, and that was one of the things that we contemplated looking at in conjunction with the communications from the Coast Guard. We wanted to look at what timing of the lift bridges would look like. So it did give us some opportunity to look at operational issues. Plus, we had the opportunity potentially to look at shifting the Amtrak train by a few minutes, even if we couldn't shift a CSX or an NS freight train, to see if the performance would change. But all of that meant that the analysis was going to take longer and be more costly since we didn't have the transparency. We would have to try various options until we got one that worked. For example, we did 6 iterations on the schedule, or 6 versions of the schedule until we got one that worked really well. And we anticipated having to do that same level of effort for each of the scenarios, was run each one multiple times in order to get to a place where we were satisfied with results.
Thank you. And so in talking about the modeling and what was laid out within the agreement, did you raise any concerns about the modeling within the agreement in terms of if you wanted to do more modeling or additional modeling, or even include FRA in sort of the base modeling? Was that brought up at all?
The language with respect to the scenarios was pretty broad. Could run a variety of iterations, and it was really just the subject of cost and time that was and out of Amtrak's, pocket, or FRA's pocket, or again, based on the reimbursement issues. So that was really the issue that we were looking at. So when we started developing our iterations, we tried to develop our best case first, so that with all of the other ones, we would take our second, third, fourth kinds of issues in order. So we would potentially spend less time and effort to get to successful outcomes. But there was a lot of freedom within the defining of the iterations. Where that became an issue was when we said we wanted to run an iteration against the 2019 base case, and the railroads rejected that. So that right away meant to us that we didn't have the flexibility that the agreements permitted. The railroads wouldn't agree to allow us to do.
So even the data sharing component that's in the agreement, you think it was too constrained?
That particular issue was not constrained by the data sharing. That was just constrained by railroad cooperation. Some of the things that were constrained in the data sharing were the ability to move an NS train. As it was pointed out by Member Headland, CSX had a slightly less restrictive parameters there, and the inability to see string lines.
Document, did you have to, in terms of putting Amtrak, your name and Amtrak's name on that, did that sort of restrict you, do you feel, going forward to the data and to the information, to the models that were run if those things weren't available? Did you understand that you were resigned to that?
We had a series of workarounds that we thought to address the constraints. Like I said, we were limited, it was really a function of time and money that gave us opportunities to find ways to navigate the constraints that were in the agreement. So that was always an option for us. And so we knew that those were ways that we might be able to work around some of those constraints. So I don't think it was, it was not in Amtrak. I mean, it was not something that we didn't think about. But again, in order to try and progress the Gulf Coast service from the working group report to the next steps, we thought this was the best way to keep the project moving.
Thank you. Let me just switch real quick in terms of infrastructure. It's been batted around the room today about infrastructure, whether it's 100 million or 400 million or another number. But would you say that in the end, any type of infrastructure investment will help overall the success of not just Amtrak, but also freight rail mobility on the network?
Well, I think it certainly depends on what kind of infrastructure that would be invested. Certain things would help would help operations on the corridor. Other things may not help operations on the corridor. Some things may impact only passenger operations. Other things may impact passenger and freight, and some things may impact only freight. So I think the collaborative analysis and the collaborative study that we had hoped that the 2020 study would be, we never had. But we did have as I think it was even in the email that was shared earlier, the most comprehensive full study of the corridor that had been done was what was contained in the Gulf Coast Working Group report. And we had that to work from, and a set of infrastructure that was agreed upon by the parties other than CSX in that context.
So you went to Gulf Coast study just as a base. So even that $100 million plus that they've recommended, would be seen as beneficial to the operations of Amtrak, as well as potentially for freight rail in the area.
Yeah, we saw those projects as providing benefits to the corridor overall, much like what FRA reported in the report. And like I said, those were similar to the projects that Amtrak had identified independently. So there was some commonality to the projects that we identified. We saw the investments as being helpful to the corridor, much like as FRA identified in the working group report, as to the ongoing operations on the corridor, continuing to build as Amtrak does on all of its corridors, ways to continue to improve service, reduce trip time, increase reliability, and increase safety.
So now that we have the infrastructure bill being passed and the potential for Amtrak and localities to have access to the billions of dollars that may be coming online, do you think it would be better to look at the infrastructure as a lead-in to this? Now, I mean, I know when you guys first considered, the working group, we didn't have a bill and funding was in short supply, even when you guys signed the agreement in early 2020, same thing. I think now we've got a point where funding is more available, and the idea of it going towards infrastructure, which I think everyone has acknowledged will help ultimately. Do you think it's something that we should look at as front loading rather than phasing in?
Well, I think the infrastructure funds by the very name of the bill is intended to go for infrastructure. I think we have had a circumstance, and it's certainly an exciting time to be a part of that. But I think we have experienced a lot of delay and infrastructure being used as a delaying tactic in this circumstance. And I think what we would really like is an order from the board that we can begin the service, and we will commit to the process of continuing to make improvements to the corridor over time to improve the operation of both freight and passenger in the corridor as it improves Amtrak service.
In your statement, you referred to the installation of bidirectional signals in the Gentile Yard some years ago. Are those, to your knowledge, is that installation still operative and useful to CSX? Do you know?
I believed that they were, but somebody recently told me that it has no longer been maintained. By virtue, so that CSX's operation just used that as a storage track rather than as a main, so to speak, to get through the yard. And I remember Mr. Johnson's testimony. He talked about that all CSX trains start or stop in Gentile Yard, so they really don't have through operations. So Amtrak, the installation of that basically created a main line through through the yard. CSX doesn't use it in that fashion today. So I understand that they are no longer maintaining the bidirectional signals.
Would any of that be utilized to get your service through the Gentile Yard area all the way to New Orleans, or is it useless at this point?
Certainly, we'd like to utilize that. That should be able to reduce trip time for us and reduce conflicts at Gentile Yard. But I don't know the condition of those facilities, whether they could be quickly reactivated or whether it would, whether that would be more difficult.
Are you aware of a presentation to the Southern Rail Commission last year after this case was filed by the railroads relating to a proposal of spending only $140 to $160 million on infrastructure?
So Chairman, I'd like to object. Those are settlement discussions, privileged, not admissible in any proceeding. And so if you want to take it offline, I'll give others in the room an opportunity to object, but those discussions were part of efforts to settle the case.
Are you saying with the Southern Rail Commission?
With all of the affected parties, Chairman, it was part of a global effort by CSX and Norfolk Southern to secure a settlement of this case. So it wasn't just them, but those discussions should not be admissible under the federal rules of evidence.
Well, I'm not sure that's right. If the discussions were an outside party to this proceeding, which is the Southern Rail Commission, and then were reported in the media, I'm not sure how you can say that they're not producible. Let me just find out if Mr. Blair was familiar with them. And then if we're going to proceed, we know who we can ask. Are you familiar with those discussions without getting into the substance of them, Mr. Blair?
The Southern Rail Commission reported to us that they had that communication with CSX.
All right. Do you know who was involved in those meetings?
No, I do not.
I would, I'd like to hear from council, not now, about our consideration of whatever happened in that meeting and whether it's privileged or admissible in this proceeding. I'm not clear, based on what you've said, Ray, that it is not admissible, but I'd certainly like to know about it. That's all I had for Mr. Blair. Does anybody else have questions? Jesse?
The port.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't have any questions. Now you do. I see. Okay, go ahead. I would have called on you first. I didn't realize you had questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why was the port not part of the RTC process?
Which RT process are you referring to, sir?
Any RTC process? Why was the port not a party to the RTC process?
The port's operations would have been considered as a part of CSX operations on the line, as we have traditionally done in other RTC modeling. The owning railroad addresses all of the operations on their line, both host and tenant.
Part of the RTC modeling, though, included projections for growth. Why was the port not considered, or why was the port not contacted to find out what it saw as its growth?
Concab, which RTC study are you talking about? The HDR or the one that was done?
The HDR one.
Because I don't think Amtrak had anything to do with the one that's before the board now.
Okay.
So I don't know how he could possibly know about that, but if you're talking about HDR, let's be clear.
Which is the other one? That's the later study. The one involving the CSX and Norfolk Southern.
Two studies, they both do.
The one that Amtrak was involved in and then pulled out. Yes. Yes.
No, he's talking about HDR.
The one that Amtrak was involved in and then pulled out, that study.
Isn't that HDR? Just so the record's clear, isn't that HDR, Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Amtrak did not pull out. I'd like to clarify that. The agreement expired at 1 year, which was its designed expiration date. And your question was, why was the, I'm sorry, can you clarify again your question?
Why was the port not consulted about its own projections of growth rates?
We did not provide the growth rates in that study. I think Ms. Ross outlined where she had collected data for her forecasts, and I think Ms. Sincanen identified where she collected forecasts for her data.
Are you aware of anyone in that study contacting the port to get projections from the port itself?
No, but we didn't populate that study. NS and CSX did. So I think that's an issue you should take up with them.
Would you agree, though, it would be a more complete study if it included projections that the port actually has?
A more complete study than what the railroads had done. I don't know what their forecasts or their projections were to know whether or not they were more or less aggressive than the port's own projections.
I want to clarify some testimony, and I may be confused. I think you testified that the traffic that the port moves to the north would not be impacted by Amtrak's operations. Was that your testimony?
I think I'm not sure that's how I said it, but the operations from Seibert Yard to the north, which or from the port's facilities that travels to the north, would seemingly have little impact from the Amtrak operation into Mobile.
I think you're talking about interchange yard as the TASD's yard.
There's interchange, and then I forget what the name of the other yard is on the other side.
Riverfront.
Riverfront, thank you.
But do you understand that whether that the cars coming into interchange yard to go north have to first cross over the CSX corridor to get into interchange yard?
Yes, I do.
I can ask it again, but you understand that the cars that are moving north from interchange yard have to cross over the CSX corridor to get into the interchange yard before they head north?
I'm sorry, you said the cars that are moving from interchange yard?
No, I'm sorry if I misstated. The cars that are moving from interchange yard to the north, They come from other portions of the area. And as part of the move to get to interchange yard, they have to go over the CSX corridor. Do you agree with that?
They have to go over the CSX corridor to the north from interchange to get to Cybert.
No, they have to go get, either they're coming from the riverfront yard to get to the river, from the riverfront yard to get to the interchange yard, they have to cross, those cars have to cross over the CSX corridor, correct?
It's my understanding to get from riverfront to interchange, you cross the CSX corridor. Yes.
And the intermodal cars coming from the intermodal facility to the south, the port's intermodal facility to the south, have to cross over CSX's tracks to get to the interchange yard before they can go north, correct?
Yes, but my understanding is they travel up track 2.
I'm just talking about they need to get to interchange before they head north.
Yes, but my understanding is they travel up track 2.
When you say up track, what do you mean by that? Oh, up track. Oh, up track 2. I thought you were saying TOO. Who are the members of the Gulf Coast Working Group?
Do you mean the agencies or the individuals?
Individuals.
All the individuals, but there is there are several notations here of membership of the agencies that were in the Gulf Coast Working Group, and there are several communications about participants in the study.
Would you agree with me that neither TASD nor the port were part of that group?
My understanding from SRC is that they had reached out to the port several times during the outreach phase of the Gulf Coast Working Group report. And there were a number of public meetings held in Mobile that were open to all parties during the Gulf Coast Working Group report. So I don't know whether the port participated in any of those events or not, or which representatives from the ports were present during the SRC's meetings.
Are you aware of any representative from the port being present at any of those meetings?
My understanding from SRC is that they met with port representatives, with the port, and I don't know whether he's a general manager or the president at the time. They referred to me by name, and indicated they had several meetings with the port during the Gulf Coast Working Group process.
Are you aware of anything in this record that shows that the port actively participated in the Gulf Coast Working Group?
I'm not, but I assume that would be information that would come from the port itself.
During this entire process of these proceedings, has Amtrak ever reached out to the port directly to see how the port would be impacted by Amtrak's operations?
There was a meeting that Amtrak held with port management. I was not a participant in that meeting, but a member of my staff was there at that meeting during this process. Yes.
All right. And do you know that at that meeting, there was no discussion of the infrastructure that the port wanted or required to lessen the impact on its operations? So you don't know?
I don't know. But in the recap I got from two of the individuals there, they did not mention that the port had brought up the issue of infrastructure.
All right, my question wasn't, did they bring up? My question was, did Amtrak ask them how the port would be affected by service?
Objection. He said he was not at the meeting.
He testified he was briefed by his staff.
Well, what was can I hear the question again?
My question was, did Amtrak ask the port at that meeting for how they would be impacted by Amtrak's service? And
That, Mr. Blair.
From the folks that had participated in the meeting that spoke with me, they indicated that Amtrak did ask the port what concerns it may have about Amtrak operation, and talked about the port's operations, when they were conducted, what their operations would be. And as the folks came back from the meeting, they had a much better understanding, I guess, or a good understanding of the port operations in and around Mobile.
And did Amtrak have a understanding at that point of what the port needed in terms of infrastructure so they wouldn't be impacted?
The briefing I got did not indicate the port brought up the issue of infrastructure at that meeting.
I thought you just said Amtrak brought it up.
Amtrak brought up the issue of what the port needed, not infrastructure wise, but what the port's concerns were with Amtrak's proposed operation. The port provided some concerns that they had. The port talked about their operations, what took place with the port operations. Our folks, again, the folks that I spoke with, 2 individuals, said that they had a much better understanding of the port's operations following the meeting and appreciated the port's sharing of information in that meeting. But I did not hear any reports of a discussion about infrastructure.
Did you hear Mr. Golder's testimony from the port?
Mr. Golden?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And he discussed in his testimony, also in his verified statement, some of the infrastructure concerns. Do you recall that?
I recall that he explained the infrastructure that the port was seeking as a result of this case.
Did Amtrak ever reach out to the port to address any of the concerns that Mr. Golden raised in his verified statement?
We have reached out to the port a couple of times since the case was filed, but I don't know what all of those communications have been.
Has Amtrak ever offered to fund any of the infrastructure that the port identified that it needed to minimize the impact of Amtrak's operations?
You mean just now since the case was filed?
Well, they didn't consult them before, so yes. I mean, there was no reason to raise them before until the case was filed.
So, all right. So with that context, can you ask your question again, please?
Did the port ever, can you read the question back? Oh, yeah, I remember it now. Did Amtrak ever offer to fund the infrastructure that the port identified it needed to minimize the impact that Amtrak service would have on its operations?
And to that, you're saying, did Amtrak offer to fund the projects that the port identified in this filing?
Yes.
During this case?
Yes.
I don't know that I can answer that without violating attorney-client privilege.
You do know that Amtrak opposed the port's participation in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you agree that Amtrak considers CSX's and NS's demand for roughly $440 million in quarter infrastructure improvements as unreasonable?
Yes.
Well, then isn't it equally unreasonable for Amtrak to seek forced access to the corridor with no funding of infrastructure commitments?
Objection argumentative.
I'll let him respond.
I don't think those are parallel statements. So I don't agree.
Do you recall in your testimony, I think it was your verified statement, where you testified, quote, some targeted infrastructure, I believe it was along the corridor, could benefit restored service after startup? Yeah, I think it's in page 8, paragraph 29 of your verified statement. The second to last line.
So yes, that is reflecting my January 27th letter to the host railroads. That's language, or that's what I stated in my January 27th letter.
Which infrastructure did you mean specifically?
The only portfolio of infrastructure that we had acknowledged as reasonable, I guess, was the information in the Gulf Coast Working Group report. So this sentence specifically says that the only infrastructure were recommended by the Gulf Coast while acknowledging that some targeted infrastructure could benefit the restored service after startup. So that is consistent with Amtrak's message since the Gulf Coast Working Group report was issued.
So what do you mean by benefit the restored service? Do you mean benefit Amtrak?
Would be the restored service.
But nowhere did Amtrak commit to funding that those targeted infrastructure improvements.
The next part of that sentence says, and committing to work with CSX and NS to secure funding for that purpose.
But there was never any securement of that funding. Is that correct?
I think we're in the midst of the hearing now that is still trying to resolve the issue of access. Amtrak has funding now for corridor development. But I think what we had said here in the January, what I had said in my January 27th letter is that we were committed to working with CSX and NS to secure funding for that purpose.
So if the board granted Amtrak's application, despite finding a finding of unreasonable impairment to freight transportation, would Amtrak then commit to fund the infrastructure improvements to remedy such impairment?
Could you state the question again, please?
If the board grants Amtrak's operations or Amtrak's request, but finds that improvements need to be made to lessen the impact on freight, would Amtrak commit to funding those improvements?
Well, I think we would have to follow the board's order to whatever the board has ordered. So but I'm not sure I can. You're basically asking for a hypothetical. I'm not sure I can answer.
Okay. Mr. Donahoe asked you about the snowflake. I got a few questions about that. In your verified statement, you criticized CSX's and NS's assertion that the Gulf Coast corridor has some unique aspects. Do you remember that?
I think you're misstating my statement. I think they defined the corridor as unique. And what I was saying is we had encountered the aspects that they identified as unique in other circumstances, and that we have effectively dealt with those situations in other circumstances. So that's what I responded to in my verified statement.
All right, now we're on the same page, and I think it's on beginning on page 4 or page 12, paragraph 43. And basically you're saying, well, they're identifying these potential problems or real problems, and your rebuttal is Amtrak has dealt with these in other situations. Is that a fair summary of those?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to walk through what characteristics you discussed in response to the freight railroads raising them. The first one was multiple bridges, correct?
Movable bridges.
Multiple movable bridges. Consisting primarily of single track was another one.
Yes.
Having approximately 160 grade crossings. That was another one, correct?
Yes.
Having unusually high freight demands was another characteristic.
And these were terms that were in the respondents that I was quoting from.
I understand, but unusually high freight demands is one of the characteristics that you rebutted.
That's correct.
having areas which had similar passing siding configurations and similar siding lengths was another characteristic. You rebut it.
It was short or insufficient sidings and properly spaced to efficiently pass was the quote.
And similar freight train characteristics was another one that you rebutted.
Are you talking about paragraph 49? I'm not
Yes.
sure. I'm not
Yes.
sure I see. So
Insufficient, basically that they're claiming they have insufficient capacity.
yes,
And in each one of those identified characteristics, you gave examples or you basically said Amtrak has dealt with this in one location or the other, correct?
yes,
But you would agree with me that there's nowhere in your verified statement where you identify a line which Amtrak operates over that possesses all of those characteristics, correct?
yes, that's correct. But I would like to point out that in many of these cases, we deal with even more extreme conditions, such as what I cited in my example. So it's not as though the conditions, I mean, in many cases, we deal with more extreme conditions of each of those conditions.
But you didn't provide any example where all those conditions exist. In your direct testimony, the board asked you about Amtrak operations in around other ocean ports. Do you recall that?
In my direct, yes.
Okay. And your verified statement doesn't contain any analysis of the railroad operations of the Port of Mobile compared to any of those other ports. Is that correct?
Railroad operations of the Port of Mobile compared to any of the other ports that Amtrak serves?
Yeah, compared to freight operations around, port freight operations around any of those other ports.
That's correct.
Do you recall testifying that in 1996 and 1997, CSX was operating more freight trains over the New Orleans Mobile corridor than it does today?
That was what was reported in their verified testimony in the Congress.
And would you agree with me, there's nothing in your written testimony comparing that the 1996, 97 TASD traffic levels and train counts to those that exist today?
No, that's correct.
In fact, there's not even a mention of TASD at all in your verified statement, is there?
No, my verified statement, however, was, I think, prior to the port's involvement in the case.
So you didn't consider when in this verified statement any effect on the port directly by name?
I could do a word search. I don't know that the port is mentioned in my verified statement,
You don't recall it?
but if you'd like me to read it, I will.
You can if you need to, but do you recall it?
I don't recall it.
Do you want to review it all?
If you'd like me to look for it, I will.
I can tell you I haven't seen it, but if you don't believe me, you feel free to review it.
Well, let's just have a.
Objection.
Gentleman says he doesn't recall. Can we just move on to?
Okay, the
next
record
question?
speaks for itself on that. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, it's 20 minutes to 6. But I think we should get started because we need all the time we have. Jesse, I assume you have more than 20 minutes. Well, I don't think you should be artificially restricted. So if you need to finish on Wednesday, we certainly want to allow that.
Mr. Chair, I will say the first document that I would like to ask about is marked confidential. So we do need to go into a confidential session. The first document that I would like to ask about is marked confidential, so we will need to go into a confidential session. We need a confidential session. Yes, please. I have, I believe, 3 confidential documents that I was going to cover in the confidential session.
Well, I wonder, before we do that, we should tell the viewers here what we're going to do. Because we'll probably be-
It's probably about 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
So, that's a good idea. So I can make some practice, but why don't we just, everybody who's observing these proceedings, we will reconvene at 9:30 on Wednesday. Same rules that we've applied here in person. Before the end of the day, we will find time to determine and inform people how we're going to proceed after Wednesday. I would be really hopeful if we could finish the last 2 witnesses before the end of the day on Wednesday, but if we can't, we'll have to find some time where obviously we've already informed the parties that we're not going to do closing arguments on Wednesday, so that's another matter. So the proceeding is unfortunately not going to end on Wednesday unless you folks all settle between now and then, which would be advisable. So with that, I think we have to go into confidential session. I should have taken this stupid thing off while I was talking. So can you send us to the confidential section?
Alex, can you appendix I, the
Yeah.
joining at 31L?
Here you go, Marty.
All right, are we there?